Okay. Now is my sound working? I was missing my audio source. That was weird. I'm changing all my stuff. All right. Hopefully you can all hear me. Thanks for the follows. Yeah, so what am I doing right now? Besides obsessing over the fact that I still have dropped frames for some reason. Okay, great, yay! I tried switching my windows. I was like sharing my full screen previously, but it's a huge screen and like I know nobody could actually read anything, so I'm gonna try doing it with just my windows overlapping and doing a lot of command tabbing, I guess. Let me close some windows here because I have too much open anyway. I also finally realized there's a cable drop in my office, like under my desk. And so I'm gonna try running an actual Ethernet cable in here at some point. Okay. So yeah, so I'm supposed to be working on WordPress. I guess I'll tell people I'm working on office hours momentarily. I'm like half an hour late compared to what I said I was gonna do, but I got distracted because we were trying to figure out how to make our unit tests run for some of the older branches of WordPress that we still maintain for security reasons. And the PHP unit maintainer very aggressively deprecated like older PHP unit, specifically like 3.6, which still runs on PHP 5.2, which we, older WordPress still supports. So we've been trying to figure out like where can we even find PHP unit 3.6, and there's like all these libraries that used to maintain copies of it and that kind of stuff, and they no longer work. And then as I was searching around, I ended up on Typo3's site. Typo3 is another CMS, and they have like their extension repository. And I was like, oh, they have their like PHP unit extension, and so they have, all of these labeled. These are the PHP unit version numbers and which versions of Typo3 it works with. But it only gives you these download zip archive links. But I noticed that the URLs for them are very consistent. So if you keep scrolling down, they never released this into stable, but they had 3.6.12 as beta. So like if I go here, right, and I change this to be 3.6.12, it serves me a zip. This is like 90 kids stuff. Right? It's like when you're like downloading stuff off of websites, it's always like, oh, what if I mess with the URL? Is it going to give me the download? And like in this case, it does. So I guess we're going to see if we can get PHP unit 3.6 running off of this. It has like autoloaders and stuff for Typo3, right? Because it's like meant as their extension. But I think we can extract the stuff that like Pear would have installed and get it running again. So that should be fun. That's on Jonathan now. I don't know if he's in here. He's probably too busy actually doing work. All right, let's do this. Let's do some commits. I see Sergey in here, so he's gonna save my butt because I am terrible at this. All right. I guess I'd have to do a here for commit core code review. Commit office hours for 5.6. Starting now. Heading to the code 2 release party at 800 UTC. And tell me what needs to be fixed for beta 2. I'm going to start here. And see what the deal is. This is a feature request. What, did this get reopened or something? Oh, okay. Reopening for further investigation on the remaining white artifact. Okay. Let's see. I use keyboard shortcuts to jump around actually. Like I could do this, I guess. But I use global hotkeys and Alfred. Yeah. Because this is just showing part of my screen, so sometimes you'll see like a chopped off window. Yeah, like in my Alfred workflows. So something like code editor. I have it also like the 3 left mod keys and K, but also F3, so I can switch. So like when I have function keys on my keyboard, which I currently don't, it's kind of annoying. But I'm just one of those people who just remembers those sorts of chords basically. I think because I'm a pianist, so I always remember my hotkeys. So yeah, jump around, browser, code, Slack. All right, so let me tell people what I'm starting with. All right, let's see what the deal is here. I'm gonna find an audio file. Oh no, I already have one uploaded in here. Okay, so I gotta go back to my grid view. And do what with it? Click here. Okay, so, oh, I see. I have a really hard time with like not being able to see Slack on my screen. I wish that I could have 2 of it open. Hello. Maybe I should turn on notifications for this channel temporarily. Let's see. How do I do that? Change notifications. Every new message. Please do not send that to my mobile. Okay. Oh shoot, I don't have my iPad in here. Oh well. Hopefully nobody DMs me, or I'll just move it out of the screen if somebody DMs me. I'll give it a 3-minute inspector investigation. Okay, so yeah, this is the issue. So what is the CSS that is causing this? Okay, I need to force this to show. So maybe I'll make this hover. Yeah, so now it shows. So we have this handle and it has this border. I see. So we pretty much just don't want this border on MEJS time handle. Right? Because then once that's done with, so once you take that off, it seems like it should be fine. Like it doesn't look awesome, but I think otherwise it's kind of like, it looks fine. I don't hate it. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay, so where does that code live? I see. So okay, here you marked that. I actually don't think that that's what that border is. Just time handle. Oh no, it is. But it's actually this border. I think that's the real problem. Like, I think this border is okay. So let's do we have custom styles for this stuff in core? .mejs. What are we doing? Oh, okay. Latest changes for 2021. So we just have this like legacy CSS. I mean, do we? No, because it's in the vendor folder. That doesn't seem right. Okay, I don't want to see those results. This is also in the vendor folder. So we don't have any custom. Oh, here. But are we allowed to edit this one? Here we go, media. Yeah, because I only want to affect this in the admin, right? So I think that it should be in here. So it should be MEJS container. MEJS time handle. I'm gonna put a border none on it. Right? Look at that. Now it seems fine. It's actually kind of funny that the border is white. Like, I feel like, because it looks like it's disappearing over here, so it looks a little funny. Feels like it should probably be that blue or something. There's probably a lot of styling stuff that we could do. Oh, you can hear this too, right? Like, you can hear this playing. It's me playing the piano. Hang on, let me pause the music here. Okay, we'll put hip hop back on. I also play piano. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking this should probably actually be like that blue. Probably something not this white. Okay. Sorry, my 7-year-old is texting me about his classwork. I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he needs. He's like telling me he needs something for class, and I'm like, oh, you have to ask your grandma, like your abuela. You can't ask me right now. Okay, I'm just being really picky right now. But basically, like where is this color? How do I translate that color into HSLA? Hex to HSLA. Hex to HSL. Oh, because A is just the alpha, okay. So if I make it like this, 199, 133. Kind of hate it. No, I hate it. I'm wrong. I don't like it. Do we have, we have like a brighter blue somewhere, right? I don't know where to get the colors without going into Figma. And every time I open our Figma files, I feel like I'm gonna break everything if I touch something. I think I better just like leave it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it looks really weird white, but I don't know. It's not the end of the world. Okay, let me refresh and take a screenshot. Screenshot. Okay. Let me make sure this screenshot looks okay. We have 10 million blues. Yeah, it's so... Let me see. I swear to you, every time I open this thing, it's like, fuck. If I, like, I hate the way that the artboard's scrolling. It's like every time I look at this, oh look here, B3E7FE. So what if I shouldn't have to do all that stuff again? Okay. Yay, my emoji thing is working at least. It just takes a while for them to show up. Okay, and so then in this handle, what was it again? B3E7FE. Let's just take out the alpha with script. I already forgot. B3E7FE. B3E7FE. No, I hate it. No, not this blue. God, 007 CBA, is that what we had? No. Why are there so many of these? What? Yeah, this one looks pretty good though. 00, I can't even copy it. Like, how do I get this text at 00A0D2? Ah. 00A0D2. Hey, that doesn't look so bad. Still not great. It's like a different saturation. I don't like it. You see, like, this is a really grayish blue, but then when we get into this one, it's like very saturated. I don't like the way it looks next to it. Also, like, what was the other one? 00738A. Where's that even coming from? That's like not in any of our colors. I feel like there's something not great going on here. Let me see. Now I'm being insane. See, it's in our WP media element. I think that's like old colors, to be honest. Let's see it in here. I hate it because, like, if this was using proper blues, then it probably wouldn't look so stupid next to each other. And I also don't know how to get to this other blue, the like darker one that's here. Yeah, like if I made this like the 007 FAC, then yeah, these two blues don't look nearly as stupid next to each other. Or 00739C. Right? Because like now these two blues don't look stupid next to each other. I don't know, maybe I don't want to go messing with the blue because like if I start messing with that then you have to fix all the other blues. And let me throw this into the design channel. They're done with their meeting, right? Campaign for abolition of daylight savings time. I don't have daylight savings time where I am, which is great. I don't know how I lived like 33 years of my life having to deal with daylight savings. It's great not having it. Specifically the blues of WP Media on CSS points. You see wrong. WP Media Element CSS would be like a great candidate for like dark and light. Anyway, I don't want to get into that because I will get lost forever. Let's check my Subversion diff here. All I did was add this to the admin CSS because I don't want to go futzing with the front. And I don't have a setup where like it's showing media uploader on the front. So attach it to this ticket. All right, so this diff. So uploading diffs doesn't trigger any notifications on track, which I think is good. So what you have to do is you have to leave a comment explaining your changes. Placement issue in the admin context. WP media element.css. Oops, jeez. I keep like fat fingering two keys at the same time. It's really annoying. WP media element .css seems to need a general review of colors, so I'm going to ignore that. I don't like that. I don't really love styling here. I think it's supposed to be a circle, right? Like it has like a border radius. Hang on. Oh my god, I'm being insane. This is how I became a committer. It's like when I started doing WordPress stuff, I was oh look at that, we made it 0. I was a what's it called? A PHP and MySQL applications developer. I was not I was not a front-end person almost at all. I think the real reason I've become like people consider me a front-end person is because like I'm just really anal with the way things look. I get really stuck on things like this where it's like, damn, this looks stupid when it's white. It's not important right at this moment. Do that for another ticket in time. Smiley face so people don't think that I'm being a bitch. All right. Okay, I'll throw this in here. Wants to give me a review, and I'll commit it later. What was the original commit here? I guess I should have. Oh, I mean, we were just like adding it at all. I see. So. We didn't have this previously? Okay, it's all weird. All right, well anyway, I'll let people tell me if that works or not. I'm gonna close this freaking Figma file. Let's look at this thing. There's something that we do actually have to get in, which is stupid, like, freaking creating new menus in the customizer. I don't think it's been fixed yet. All right, so what is the problem here? Let's scroll all the way down. Oh my gosh, this GIF zooms in. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. I feel like you would want the failures above the successes, no? I mean, whatever. Okay, let me read this patch. I just, like, nobody's talking to me in court, and that's fine. I'm just like talking to myself at this point, and that's like, I haven't asked anybody any questions. I'm just like, if somebody wants to, I guess I'll say me. frames again. Good times. I think it does it when I scroll too much, but anyway. We'll see if like hardwiring internet in here works. If I can even do it. I don't know where like this conduit actually goes. If it goes up into the ceiling or for some reason goes down into the floor. I don't know. The house is like wired this way. And we did not build it and my in-laws did not build it, so we don't know what's going on in here. I like this beat. An Ethernet cable just strewn across multiple rooms in your apartment. Yeah, I fortunately like right over here is where the router is. It's like in the next room over, but everything here is concrete block because I live in Costa Rica, so everything has to be earthquake proof. So even just this short distance, I can't be more than like 15 feet away from it. But even just a short distance, it seems to lose a lot of quality. I also just don't have good upload to begin with because, you know, they consider us a third world country, I guess. Right, that's what that was? 43. Okay. Okay, so it's just fixing, I'm reading like bottom up. If failures, if count. Okay, I feel like I want to flip failures and successes. Why do we have this extra line? Do we usually put an extra line between cases? I have to look. So where do we put that? Oh, I see. Do I really care about that? Let me see. It's at this point in the, dang it, I cannot pause the GIF, I guess. Okay, so after it does the deletion and it shows us 2 up here, I feel like I would want the failure above the success. I do care about it. Okay, so let's apply this patch because it seems to otherwise be fine. Update my stuff, reset and update, take its sweet time. Quality is much improved today. Okay, cool. It is still yelling at me about drop frames a little bit, but it's like a much smaller percentage than it typically has been. And I think it's just happening when I'm like scrolling around the screen a bunch. So. And hopefully this means you can also actually see what I'm doing. Cool. Garrett says that works. Yeah, the reason why is because like people become notice blind, and so typically they'll just see the one that's like immediately under the title or like the first notice, and they just kind of like ignore the rest of them. So I would want to put failures first. Oh wait. A new file, merge them. I don't know. Merge everything. The APCS looks like there should not be an extra new line after break. Okay. Cool. Thanks for actually looking at the rules. I'm just a dirtbag who's like, I don't know, maybe it'll make the test fail. I don't run the test locally. It just takes too freaking long. Especially like on stream, like forget it. My computer will like lift off from my desk like a helicopter. I have a little Mac Mini. It's like directly in front of me. It's running real hot. The one problem I have with having changed my desk setup is that now it's like I have this like riser at the back of my desk, which is what my monitors are on. And it creates this little space underneath, so my Mac Mini is in there. Previously I had it on, I have it right. I'm just letting it in, apply the patch. But I had it on top of here, on one of those like rain stands. So I had like my Mac Mini upside down on here, so like the fan part was up, and then the top, which is what really gets hot, like all the aluminum was on here. So this was like a giant heat sink. But this doesn't fit in my new desk setup. So now it's running hotter than it used to. Oh man. I've had that thing for, I don't know, probably 8 years at this point. Okay. It applied the patch. I want to do that next time. Okay, so which file was the one that was, excuse me. Oh, I should have brought my water bottle here. This was at the bottom of the request table. Okay. This is something I really like about using the integrated terminal, is like when it has stuff like this, I can just jump to those files by command clicking on them. It makes my life so much easier. And then over here you get the diff highlighting. So I'm just making it, you know what? Oh, I know what I did. What if I make this 18 again? It's like way easier to see, but it shows a lot less on the screen. I like 17 actually. So for 17, okay, I'm very picky about this stuff. Then for line height, oh, okay, it is on, oh no, here, editor and line height. 22, so that would have to be 21, I think. Yeah, now that's readable to me. Very picky, very picky about this stuff. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to pop failures. Well, okay. Wondering if these sprint Fs should be multi-lined. Yeah, probably. Alright, so let's do the like same person thing and actually use keyboard shortcuts to move that up. So too many lines here. So how do we format multi-line sprint Fs? Oh man. This is where like Sergey is just infinitely better than me at all this. Oh, we don't have them. So where do I put the multi-line? It goes like after the N? No, I have to indent like that, right? Wait, this looks weird to me. Oh, because then this would have to be on. The comment, all parens have to be on their own line? Oh, because I see, so this, okay. And so the comment goes in here? Shit, man, I'm so bad at this. No, this is like before. Comment goes inside. The translator comment should be above the end. Okay, so here. Is that right? Please tell me this is right. You would think I would be better at this point. This looks very nice. I'll give you that. All right, so that looks good to Sergey. So let's do it to this one as well. Enter, 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 and then a cool keyboard shortcut is on the Mac at least, Control Command up and down, move things up and down a line, and you can do it for multiple lines. So I'm moving that down a line. I use that a lot more than you would think I would. Okay, so I put the failures first. Everything looks indented correctly. Then I'm putting successes seconds. And then where was it that we had that extra line break that I didn't like? It's here. Oh, right under here. Wait. Oh, here. Oh, here we have another one. I guess we better just do all of them, huh? If there's like some kind of keyboard shortcut to automate this, there probably is. Yeah, because I'm doing it in there. See, I just kind of feel like we should just, like, we are all up in here. Oh, I see. This was also new. Yeah, I see. Okay, the highlighting is here. All right, let's do this. The only thing about using a compact keyboard is like I don't have as many fun keys to do all this stuff with. What it? I feel like it was just error highlighting and I don't know why. Okay, so we have those. So we're saying there should not be an extra. But it's in all of them. I don't think that there used to be. I don't like there being an extra. How do people feel like? Do you feel like breaks should be tabbed in? Or do you feel like breaks should be on the same indentation level as case? I've always wondered how people feel about that. Wait, this is saying like we usually have. Oh no. No, we usually have a line. Confirm action. For switch structures, case should be indent one tab from the switch statement and break one tab from the case statement. Break one tab? Or break one line? I guess we are supposed to have line breaks in here. Okay, you like an empty line. It looks like it's what we use elsewhere in core. I kind of like to smash them together, but that's because I don't know, I think I'm kind of crazy. It doesn't matter to me, truthfully. Whatever's consistent for people. Okay, I don't want that highlighting anymore. I think that was it. What else is in this? Empty line, more readable. Okay, that's cool. Probably it only makes sense not to have the empty line if you outdent it. But if our WPCS says to indent it, then no, it probably doesn't make sense to smash them together. The outdenting to me is like the if and if kind of structure. If empty request IDs. Okay. This is cool. All this is fine. Everything else here looks great. So let me check my diff here. I always read my diff. Dang, you see? Because like, why do I have this? Why do I have package log changes again? Shit's mad annoying. I want to revert this as revert. Can somebody explain to me why that happens though? It's like massively annoying. Okay. Let's check out this SVN diff. This all looks correct to me. Nice. Nice formatting. Wait. Oh, because we have like two different cases. Okay. I guess I didn't see that in the original patch here. Oh, I see. So there's a failure and failure. And you don't. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's get this committed. Here's the part where like it's hard for me to work with everything like overlapping, because it's like normally I would have these like side by side on my screen so I don't have to flip between them. Anyway. Okay, so I want to give props to everybody who's in here. Yeah, here. I'm just gonna move this out so I can actually copy and paste between them. Okay, so privacy show counts for both. Failed and successful. This is really about bulk actions, right? It's not just like the email. Props. And this person who added a screenshot initially, I don't know, maybe they don't need it. All right, we good. Fixes 44081. Make sure I'm not in the wrong ticket. I'm going to show notices for both failed and successful bulk actions. All right, cool. Commit, let it fly. I also use keyboard shortcuts to move my windows to different quadrants of my screen. That's why sometimes you'll just see it like pop into place. All right. Cool, so I did that. And then being requested to look at this. Let's close these. Let this, let's update thing. Oops, accidental clicks. I'm gonna drag this out here. Images and about.php should be served locally, not from s.w.org. Oh. Oh, okay. These are SVGs. I was like, dang, I thought we... So one of the reasons why we serve it from there is because like otherwise it, like when we have GIFs and videos and like illustrations and that kind of stuff on the about page, it really bloats the download package for something that's only going to be shown once. So yeah, but if they're SVGs, I guess that's okay. But yeah, like the larger the download package, the greater the risk of, or like of the update package, the greater the risk of an update failure, right? Because like every single bit that has to be downloaded is like another moment where it could fail. And that's also why sometimes like in point releases, like people have gotten mad about this before, but like if we have CSS changes that have to be made, we will do horrible things like inject them into admin head instead of updating the CSS file, because that way the giant built file doesn't have to be a part of the update package. Like we'll just put it as like a filter, not a filter, an action, like hooking onto an action in a file that's already otherwise being changed. People hate it, but like, you know, we name them in a way that we find them and we can, you know, remove it from the next release, the next major release, but this way we reduce the chances of automatic updates failing. These are things that you think about in scale. Love to track. I actually really like a lot of things about track, but it does have its problems. Oh, these are cute, but these are pings. GIFs are even bigger than videos. Okay, so Sergey already... Holy moly. It's a privacy issue to move them locally. That's why this is like a privacy thing. Like if you look at the focus privacy, like they're saying like if we're requesting images from a third party, it's like it's a privacy concern, even though like, I don't know. I feel like this is a lot of effort for something that, again, you see it, typically you see it once. I guess the freedom screen is not the about page. that's always there. So that I understand a little bit better, but it is a little like people don't look at these very often. And like your install already talks to the like .org centrally, so it's a little like, I don't know, doesn't matter. People care though, like people care a lot about this stuff, which is good. God. So did design say this was fine? That's Safari, it's Firefox. They look the same to me. Did design ever actually look at this? Let me see. Can I type? Okay. Oh, here. That looked like it needed design feedback. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, so give me 1 second. I will just leave this up. I'll just mute my mic. Okay, my AirPods disconnected and then reconnected, and then the music was like wild loud. I walked like 25 feet away and it's still like disconnected my AirPods. Whatever. It's still super loud. Hang on. So what I have to do to pipe audio into here is I have to create this like multi-output device. But then like I can only change the volume in my AirPods like in here. And then let me know if the music's too loud because I can definitely change that in my OBS. Mad loud. Alright. I'll leave this open down here just in case. Oh, cool. So some feedback was just added. Refresh. Okay. So catch needs a refresh then. I also get a summary of the file size changes and the comment on the ticket. So I think that's what I want. I want to know like how much things are changing. Is the music like super loud for you or is it just for me? It's super loud in my headphones. It's all good. I'll turn it down. Jeez. Sounds good. Alright. Let's just be in my my fancy little AirPods. I have what I call AirPods Pro. I hate that pluralization. But anyway, I have new AirPods. My husband's supposed to be bringing back to me in a couple weeks, so those will have noise cancellation, I guess. Just fancy. Maybe they'll last more than an hour. That's the real problem that I have with these. The alt-up diff. What is the alt-up diff? Oh, it has spatial audio? I haven't tried any of that stuff. My husband's gonna love that because he's a musician. So like, and he does a lot of recording and that kind of stuff. It's like he did his own recording of New York Counterpoint, which is like 12 clarinets or something. So what you do is you lay down the other like 8 or 11 or however many tracks, and then in the live performance you play the solo part on top of all your other tracks. So I helped him produce his backing tracks. I don't know, more than 10 years ago at this point. And I helped him produce them because they're loops. And what we did in the final mix was like kind of space them out among, right, to like replicate the sound of like 11 people or whatever standing behind you in an arc. So it sounds pretty cool. But you have to have like a very serious speaker setup to like get the full effect. So we've only done it, I think he's only performed it that way once. Yeah, file sizes are listed there, but like I want to know in a comment that yeah, I mean, I like having summaries and comments because, like, if I'm looking at this ticket 3 months from now, being like, why the hell did we do this? I'm not gonna, like, look at the list of file attachments and be like, well, let me do some math. That's not happening. Do I have any plans to play piano in any of my streams? I do not currently have plans to do it.
I definitely could. The issue is more just like I don't practice piano in months. Okay, let me look at this patch you signed up. But yeah, like I could play piano and stream. The other problem is like I don't like to play solo piano. My master's degree is in collaborative piano, and that's pretty much all I like to do, and it's all I've liked to do since I was a teenager. Actually, I had like a piano scholarship as a teenager, so we didn't have a whole lot. Um, so I actually won a like a scholarship for my lessons, which were like $250 a month. I think my piano lessons were, which is a lot. Like in the late 90s, early 2000s, it's a lot. And like we didn't have my dad's. I grew up with just my dad, and he's a non-tenured math professor. I make like 3 times what my dad ever did. Well, YC baby grand. Oh, nice. I'm talking about like how I grew up. So we actually what ended up happening was my dad took that money and bought me a 6-foot Yamaha baby grand um, with that money, which he still has. I loved that piano. It was just an incredible instrument that he got this crazy good deal on. He got it for like $8,000, which like if you know how much grand pianos cost, like that was a crazy good deal that he got on that piano. So he ended up just rerouting the money that he would have spent on my lessons into that piano instead. But yeah, like I had to give annual recitals to maintain that scholarship, and like I don't know, doing an hour of solo piano music, which is like you have to have it memorized, and like I don't like very much solo piano repertoire because I just find it like intensely boring. Um, so I was just struggling to like fill a 1 hour program and memorize it and everything because like, I suck at memorizing piano music. Um, and so we ended up, my dad plays violin for fun, and he had not played violin in like 10 years because he had somebody had mugged him and broken his shoulder. And so my dad had not played violin in a really, really long time, and he had wanted to start playing again. So we ended up playing Beethoven violin sonatas on a few of my recitals to like fill the time, which went really well. So that kind of kicked that off, and then I went to an arts high school my last year at high school, and did a lot of collaboration with like the other like my classmates there. So I've just always been into collaborative music instead of solo music. That makes it kind of hard when people are like, play some piano for me, and it's like, you want to listen to like the piano part of a clarinet sonata. Seems boring. What am I reading here? Wait. How to restore 9-foot Mason and Hamlin. That's incredible. Man, I learned on a shitbag spinnet. The brand was Mendelssohn. That's the piano I learned on growing up. I got the grand piano when I was like in the 8th or 9th grade, I think. However, I talk about that growing up, but when I got older, I had some cash given to me after I finished grad school from my other parent, my mother, who I did not grow up with. She gave me some cash after I finished grad school, basically like, congratulations on not being a fuck up, so here's some money. And I bought they call it a hybrid grand piano. So it's an electric piano like sound, but it has an acoustic action, and then it has like the equivalent of rumble packs in a couple places, so you get like the feeling of the resonance. So yeah, I bought this like fancy ass hybrid grand piano, the Yamaha Avant Grand, and it was so expensive, but I bought it. I bought that in like 2009, and then when I moved here to Costa Rica in 2018, my mother, who is moving out of her house in New Jersey and she's moving back to a condo that we own in New York. That's like my US address, so like in Flushing. But we knew that she was trying to move out of that house, and she had a grand piano in there as well. She had just like a little baby 5-foot Yamaha that I helped her pick in like 2013. So it's actually a great instrument. It's just small, but it's great. Because I knew that nobody had touched that thing in years. I actually ended up moving that down here with me, so I have 2 Yamaha baby grands in what I guess is like the formal living room. It's like kind of in front of me here at the front of the house, which is where I am. But we call it the piano room, just like real rich bitch shit. I have a piano room. But yeah, they're just like little baby pianos. I mean, like if I had a 9-foot Mason and Hamlin, like I would be insufferable. Never stop talking about it. Yeah, I might put these through a pink slusher just to see. White Mason and Hamlin. Wow. When I was in high school, one of the piano showrooms near me, actually, it was the piano showroom where I ended up buying that Yamaha Avant-Garde from later on in life. But a piano showroom near my house had this like 60th anniversary, 100th anniversary Yamaha. It was one of those like inlaid mahogany cases with just like incredible woodwork, and it also sounded gorgeous. And a friend and I used to drive there like anytime we had time after school if we weren't working. I always had jobs. Like if we had free time, we would drive over there and just play on it. And the guy, they were always happy to have us in there messing around on the piano. But 420. I've been so brain poisoned by the internet, and now I see numbers like 420. It's like, oh, nice. Even though, like, it's not even what I do. I'm boring. Or I'm so insane that can you imagine if I did any sort of drugs? Means I don't even know. I feel like I should let them just like futz with it. Like Kelly type. Oh, the looping sounds rad. They read some web while they're doing this. Oh, cool. Yeah, I love stuff like this. I'm not into cats, but look at this. Very positive music. Ooh, what's this? A perfect pitch test. Who wants me to be annoying? Let's open this. I'm gonna let them talk this out. Who wants a perfect pitch test? Let's see. Hey, you gonna work or what? Does this not work in Firefox because I'm in Firefox? Or maybe it's like not loud enough. No, I don't see any sound coming through. Hang on. I'm gonna open Chrome. I have to make a new window. I don't think it works. Dang. I was gonna be like mad annoying. I have a really hard time with these MIDI tones. MIDI tones are really hard for me to tell apart. Why doesn't this work? That would be fun, wouldn't it? If you find a working perfect pitch test, I'll do it. How's that? That for some stream fun. Not a relative pitch test? No. I mean, if it worked, if this play button worked, I assume that it would play a note, and then I have to pick the note. Because it is playing pitches. Oh my god. Oh, cool. Cool. We'll just close that then. No, perfect pitch is just like, it's just an absolute pitch test. It's basically, can you tell that this is 440 hertz being played, or within like, a few hertz? And do you know the label for that hertz value? That's what absolute pitch is. It is an incredibly useless skill. Is there really such a thing as perfect pitch? Well, as I was saying, it is arbitrary in reality because all labels for notes are arbitrary. It is an arbitrary label that we have given a certain hertz value. So, in modern Western tuning, we accept 440 as A, except in Europe, you'll hear 442 or even 444. In Baroque tuning, 415 would be an A. So, but we hear that in modern tuning as half a step flat, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it's just, can you name this? It's like, can you name colors? It's the same thing to me, right? You have a spectrum of stuff, and we just have arbitrarily labeled certain areas of that spectrum. That's what pitch identification is to me. But yes, I have perfect pitch. I can name you hertz values. They say it's not exactly correlated. Like it's not exclusive to this, but it is heavily correlated with natively speaking atonal language, which I do. I speak Mandarin, so yeah, perfect pitch. One of my children does. I don't know about the other one yet because she's only 3, but my 7-year-old definitely does. Okay, let me fix that thing that I totally did not complete. So I was thinking about the I don't know who Ananili is. Hang on, let me make sure that I finish this before I freaking forget again because I'm an idiot. Okay, failures. Moving up. Wow, that did not work. Indentations. You are welcome. Kuch. Have you seen that TikTok? It's like one of my favorites on my Twitter. Boo Coochie. Okay. That's what it's supposed to be doing, right? Is putting failures in the count. Oh, that's funny. The diff makes it look like it doesn't make it. It doesn't really show that you flip them. It shows if you change them. Music theory videos and video essays. All right, let me check that out in just a second. Clipboard. Let's see. This is 44081, right? Cool deal. Is that confirmations? Resend. Complete. Delete. I guess that's confirmation. I'll just say it for all applications. I don't know what it is. Okay. Alright, while it's committing, what is this about? I love it. Debate me. Ben Shapiro's music theorist father who went to music school. Oh, look at this comment. It'd be a great feature if YouTube show what percentage of the video you watch besides your comment. I'm not a musician. Yeah, so don't comment. Yeah, this would be fun to watch at some point. Maybe other people in the chat should watch this. Yeah. I don't know what points he'll make. Some of them, I mean, you know, there will almost certainly be things that I agree with, but also probably things that I disagree with, and that happens. This is freaking Ben Shapiro. I think he thinks he's being funny. Like, I think people. Oh, oops. I did not mean to do that. Just started Discord. I think he thinks he's being funny. He's like, oh, haha, I'm such a troll. And it's like, I don't see what the troll is in being like, my doctor wife says if you have, like, says what means that there's a bacterial infection. And it's like, sucks for you, bro. It's more depressing that he's just trolling. Yeah, I don't know. I think he thinks he's funny. And I think a lot of people who defend him are like, oh, it's just like, they're just jokes. It's just funny. And it's like, you know, it's just like, everybody says like, oh, the left is so humorless. And it's like, I can't believe that this is like a left and right thing, first of all. Like, I'm not humorless. I promise. I have a higher bar for what's funny. Like being like fake ironically edgy is like there's nothing funny about that. Or at least it's maybe it's not that it's not funny so much just like it's not funny to me because it's boring, right? It's so pedestrian that it's no longer funny. It's just like, okay, great, you're repeating stuff that I could find on a bumper sticker at Spencer's or whatever. What's funny about that? It's funny when I was like 12. Currently visit the login page and errors through in console. Right for this might be in some recent changes. Watch Ben Shapiro find this video and be like, you see, the left, it's a disease. The request is created here. File changed 3 days ago and this commit here. I have a private Twitter, which I probably shouldn't tell people. I don't let very many people follow me on it. But I saw this like absolutely out there, completely inappropriate TikTok and like lost my mind laughing last night. I posted it on there, but that's the kind of thing you don't put on main. It's the kind of thing you keep in the group chat. User jQuery migrate. Password generation should not load on the WordPress login page, but we do need to because we generate the password. Oh, it still runs on password reset. You don't need to preload the password in JavaScript. We'd already do this in PHP. Okay, so we want to commit Adam's thing. All right. That's weird. No. Anyway. Okay, so let me see. How do I force these screens? All right, let me see. So what do I need here? So I have to like trigger a password reset. Let me see. Or like if I add a new user. Shit, because this is on my local, so like what's a good way to force test it? I guess I need to install that mail catcher thing. All right, Timothy, your time to shine. WP Mail Debugger. Also, a question for you. Do you actually go by Timothy or do you go by a shorter name in real life? I have a coworker, we all know her as Katie, but we found out like last year in real life, everybody calls her Kate. And I don't know. What do we do about that? You go by both Tim and Timothy most. Okay. I just want to know. I like to know. My name is Helen, so there's no real shortening for that. I have a few close friends who call me H, but you know, my name's just Helen. Not much to do with it. All right. Okay, so it goes in here. Oh, that looks cool. All right, so what I want to do is I want to add a new user, right? Yes, I think we should always ask people. Like, I don't feel like I'm an idiot just because, like, I don't. Wait, how do I make a new user without, like, assigning their password? I guess maybe I just need to try doing the password reset for mine. I don't know. I'll do it for this user, so I don't fuck with the admin user. So this, oh no, okay. All right, this seems fine. Okay. Where do you see it? Oh, is it just when you're on the actual login itself? Whoa. Showing me my Twitch stuff. How do I even get this error in the first place? I'm not getting the error because I'm still logged in. All right, I'll log out then. Oh, okay. Here you go. Okay, good catch. So what we need to do is apply the patch and see if anything goes wrong on this screen. How come I can refresh this without the full URL and it's okay? That doesn't seem right to me. Okay, and this does get the error here as well. Okay, so let's apply this. You know, I mean, people ask me about my last name all the time, and like everybody seems really apologetic. They're like, "I'm so sorry. Like, how do I say your last name correctly?" And it's like, I don't think that you really need to be sorry because my last name is half Chinese, and you don't have like any tone indicators, and so like you wouldn't know how to say that actually properly just looking at like the romanization of it, uh, the HOU part, and then the Sandi is Hispanic and technically has an accent on the I, the final I, but some systems don't accept the accent on it. So sometimes like I have to leave it off because like a registration system, my IDs, none of that stuff have the accent on the I. So when people are like, "I'm so sorry," like, how do you like? I just want to get your last name correct. And it's like you don't need to be sorry about that. Like, I don't expect you to pronounce everything exactly correctly, and chances are you're not going to anyway because like the whole sound That's not a sound. The dark O. So like when we say O in American English, it's a we call it diphthong. So it's actually an O sound. If you listen to it really closely, you say O, O. Whereas like in other languages, like if you speak German, you have two types of O's, but like a long O would be O. You know, it's the same in Spanish. Like you don't have you have more pure vowels in like basically every other language, but especially Romance languages, they have more pure vowels. And then in Chinese, we have like a very dark O sound. So like I can explain to you how to make it, but like if somebody just asks me how to pronounce my last name, like I'm not going to be like, here, let me give you a diction lesson and tell you to drop the back of your tongue. Like nobody's going to do that. I don't expect that from real people. Cool. Timothy is also committing. Yay! All right, let's see what the deal is here. I had to run the build. Well, I don't need the split screen anymore, right? All right, I'm gonna build the dev. Do the dev build. Anyway, my last name is Hou-Sandi, and nobody is gonna get that right on their first try, and that's okay. Doesn't upset me. Does not bother me in the least. I have to let one of my AirPods charge. It's already dying. Stupid things. I wonder if I should just like. I have these too. These last a lot longer. They're Sony Bluetooth headphones, but they make my head hot. I feel like on stream I look very stupid with headphones on. Because I'm vain. I'm not gonna pretend. Nice. They must be discussing builds test tools somewhere else. Why are they discussing this? Are you guys talking about this stuff? Am I just like not in the Slack channel? Oh, so while I'm waiting for this to finish building, something we have internally at 10up, we have like an employee directory, right? We have a couple fields in there that we added, like, we have like pronouns and that kind of stuff, and your address and your name, right? Your location, your SSH key, like we just have stuff like that. But something else we added not too long ago is we have um, it's like a nickname field basically, but like how you like people to call you, because that may or may not be related to like the legal name that you have to use for other purposes. So we have like a preferred name, I think is what we call it. We have a name pronunciation field, and we have uh, like an other names field basically. So I can well, no, I can't show you because I think it'll expose everybody else's information. But like for me, it's like I have a Chinese name, right? And so, okay, this seems fine to me. Like I don't see a delay. I mean, it's like a minor delay, I guess. Yeah, it takes a second for this to populate. I don't know, it doesn't seem that bad. I'm gonna refresh here, no error. I mean, this is on my local, so it's completely separate efforts. All right, I just wasn't sure if you guys were like coordinating. I feel like we should probably have a channel for automated testing stuff because there's a lot that like you and I, Jonathan, are just talking about in a DM, and it's not actually private. It's just that like I don't know. We don't have like a dedicated place to talk about it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually slower or not. So what if it reverted out? Let me refresh. It takes so freaking long to test. Actually, a delay on. There's core test. Oh, look at that. Maybe we should be discussing stuff in here. All right, I'll join the channel. I'll start. A giant tank of a water bomb. I like patches where they're all red. If you didn't notice, this patch is just removing a chunk of code. Looks nice to me. I don't know. But yeah, if we're already generating this on PHP side, I don't see why we need to do it again in JavaScript. Uglify always takes forever. Yeah, you're venting to me in DMs, but I don't know, like what I was looking at with the like trying to dig out a source for PHP unit, old PHP unit. It's like it's not really private information. It's just me doing unsavory stuff, I guess. So he can download old PHP unit, which he clearly doesn't want us to be able to do. But by he, I mean Sebastian Berkman. This is his name. Speaking of pronouncing things correctly, I think he's German because it's like phpunit.de and his last name, Berkman, right? But then I shouldn't say Sebastian. It's very American of me. No, that looks like the same freaking delay to me. And it has regen because like, no, I'm gonna vary. Alright, it's not actually any different. Oops, wow, that was not the right thing to paste. All right, let's see. Who are we giving props to here? Yeah, I don't know. I sometimes like my DMs, like there really isn't anything like super private in my DMs. It's just more likely that I'll be saying something like less, I don't know, less careful in a DM, just because like if I trust that person. Okay, so we're giving props to Adam and Sarah. Login, avoid console error. Well, I guess this will wait. Index error on login screen. It has to do with the password generator, which does not need to cache the pass. passwords in JS as that's already done in PHP. Props. Add Sarah fixes. Right? Am I summarizing that correctly? Diplomatic, yeah. I try to be really diplomatic in public, even on video. It's like I'm trying to not say anything that can be like dissected later, you know? But people love to pull stuff out of context. People love to remove context. People love to be like, you said this, that means this. And it's like, you can also just ask. That's what I meant. I don't know. Yeah, I've had a lot of experiences where people are like, well, you said this. Does that mean blah? And it's like, I mean, I said a thing in dev chat that was meant for developers. So no, I don't think that a non-developer should know this. You just want to like take something that I said in a dev chat and be like, you're being mean to users. It's like, I'm not. I would never say that to a user. I didn't make that a WP Tavern comment. Okay, I think this is correct. I'm not going to obsess over everything today. All right, so now let me let the stuff run in the background. All right, now on to the other one. Let me close some of these screens. I had too much shit open again. We started looking at this yesterday. I don't know what this means. jQuery UI has not updated, so we got to put in the patch. Three dot what? Okay. And this is the kind of thing that makes me think about that menu bug that we had to fix, where it's like, is it because I don't know jQuery well enough, so like whoever did this, did they feel like, oh, I have to add this, return this? Is that hacky, or is it just like, damn, I forgot that in the first place? I'm super curious, like, what's the actual bug? I see. So it like gets mad and throws errors. jQuery UI. Are we just like talking in circles? Oh, okay. I was like, shit, what am I missing? It just sucks that we have like this minified one that's like, I don't think it can even do the highlighting because it's too big. It's not hugely different. I guess it's good. .NET.js references on map out the model. The kind of person I am. I read the frickin' min file in the diff. Because you want to make sure that like nothing stupid is happening, right? Damn, now this headphone's dying. Swap. No. AirPods. So yeah, we gotta delete this line. Well, hello. Yes, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Doing okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Feels weird today. Yesterday was a weird day in newsland, so today feels a little like, what are we even doing? Who cares about software? That's all right. It's definitely just one of those days. Yesterday was one of those days for me. I could not get focused. I could not get anything started yesterday. I was just a hot mess all day yesterday. Yeah, existential dread until January 20th / beyond. Definitely the next week feels stressful. I don't know. I mean, my my political leanings as related to the presidential race should probably be pretty obvious. But to me, the fact that it's like not like a done deal feels like, I don't know. Is there winning? Is it gonna feel like winning? I don't know. It feels like we've already lost something. The fact that this isn't a slam dunk, But uh, we had to make sure to okay, let me note this in here. Let me ask, is there another task ticket already for updating jQuery migrate through final release of 5.6? Because we'll keep track of that. We're not moving on a pre-release version production. So yeah, I need somebody. Somebody could open me a task ticket. So what I'm saying is like, because we're getting ready to commit like a manually built pre-release version of jQuery Migrate, I don't really want to ship that with WordPress 5.6. So we need a task in track to keep track, of. But yeah, like just making sure that when we ship 5.6, we're shipping with the latest of these libraries. So yeah, because I don't really want to ship a pre-release. It's a migrate. It's not the end of the world, but would prefer not to. Is that ticket still open? Somebody get me the number for it. I can't do everything. All right. Let's apply this. Let me look upstream. No, they haven't done this 332 yet. Oh, it's all the way back in June. All right. Well, what I want to do is I want to apply this patch. This is one of those ticket numbers I'm going to end up memorizing, so I'm going to look at it all the freaking time. All right, so I want to remove this map. Yeah, we can use this as a tracking ticket. Task, it's still open. All right, so I deleted that map line. Let's look at the diff here. 353. Cool, leave me a comment. Sounds awesome to me. Okay, that looks like it matches. Then here's this diff. Okay. What component do we use for this stuff? External libraries? Update jQuery 9.823.3.2 pre-release version. Avoid some errors in 5.6 beta 2. We need to be sure we ship with a released version 5.6 RC. Fixes this. Oh, I gotta put my props. C 5564. Props 2. And Wicret. By 5.6 RC. All right. I need to run to the restroom again. Give me 1 second. All right. Ooh, we have 552 coming. Thursday. All right. I should probably tell my coworkers about this at some point. All right. Closed this. This is like the small stuff on track. That's so nice. It's like I closed it 2 minutes ago, not just modified it, but I specifically closed it. All right. Wow, the emote wall is on like a wild delay. I don't know what that's about. All right, I can close this now. Did this get left as a comment on this ticket? All right. So what happened to the I think I'm just going to commit this thing in a minute, but oh, we closed it. Let me read this because I was looking at this yesterday and I was super curious about it. So Weston says, okay, said moving, it makes sense. Run, it's consistent. All right, cool. So we have that fixed. Anything else urgent for 5.5? 5.6. Data 2 before I just go back into tickets. Right. Commit. Also another call for help clearing the top section of this report. Where's my message from yesterday about it? Oh, no wonder. All this stuff happened last night, Yeah, so this report where we have bugs reported against trunk. Anybody in here and anybody in core Slack, we just want to make sure that like anything that is truly a bug reported against trunk gets milestone for 5.6, right? So then it won't be awaiting review anymore. Or else if it's not new to trunk, set the version to the oldest version in which you can reproduce that bug, and that way it won't be against trunk anymore. This part needs to be kept clear. In RC, it has to be clear. I would prefer for it to be clear in beta as well. So if somebody wants to go through and help me with that. I don't want to look at that right this second. I'm going to go back to this thing. Chlorith is typing. I can't move a button block in the column. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, once we clear the milestone, it's a little funky to me because it's like I would like to know that it was fixed in a certain release, but I don't know. Oh. Yeah, so like for stuff reported upstream, it's like it's still something that happened in WordPress at some point, you know, even if it was during development. So it would be nice to be able to see that as like something that got fixed through the process. But yeah. What am I doing? I'm trying to commit this shit. I'll leave that. Here's my patch. Somebody tell me, am I a fuck up? Ooh, let me see what happened here. Oz reverted out the metabox change. Yeah. I get the motivation behind it. I just think it sucks as a user. Husband needs stuff for me. He's in an Airbnb, like trying to order stuff. They like rejected his packages. Cool. Going in. Let's do this. If you're catching what I'm typing GSUP, GSUP, which is short in my mind for get and subversion updating. And what it, because I have both get and subversion running in this directory because I'm a monster, but it's working fine. So what it does is it does a get reset, then a get pull, and then it does an SVN revert and an SVN up. Because Git gets really pissy about untracked things if you do an SVN up first, and then an SVN is kind of like, I don't give a shit. I'll just revert whatever. So yeah, it has to do it in that order. So I have it all aliased, so it just does all the things at once for me. Now let me close all this stuff. Apply my patch. He's asking if it should be with the legacy CSS. Yeah, so the thing is, like, what's happening here is we are showing these players in the admin for the first time, which, again, I'm surprised. I really thought that we already had this, so I'm very confused about it. Let me see. Oh. When browsing for audio video files from the Add Media button. What Add Media button? Okay, I only looked at it in the grid view. Oh, I see. That's why it was so tiny. That's cute. It's cute over there. It's so small. I feel like the volume thing really should be narrower. But we don't have like a. Phew. I guess I should insert it, right? It's like I can insert it. Let me publish this shit. Oh. So I think the thing here is it's using the native audio player. Shit. I remember this now. Why? I don't remember what happened. Okay. Let's try the audio shortcode first. This is so huge. I hate it. What's the audio short? I don't know how this. Shit. How does the audio shortcode WordPress work? Source. Alright, let me see. So now I don't have a show at all. Doesn't. Something seems bad here. Why doesn't it show that little box thing at all? You said this is a great alias. Sorry, I didn't look at chat for a minute. Yeah, I like my aliases. I like media element. I don't know. This is beef that I have with the core implementation, but I guess it is like people expect their browser players. So I don't care as much. Like, yeah, see, like the browser player feels more responsive. This shit's like head slow to the animation. What happens if I change my theme? I don't know, maybe that was the intended styling for not to show that little nub. Let's bring it up. So maybe it shouldn't be showing that at all. So why is it like bigger in the admin? Hover, time handle. Content. Where is it getting this height from? Where is it getting this height from? Line height. No. Where is it calculating this from? Handle content. 10 pics. Oh, it has a height here. So how can we get a height here and then on the front? Oops. Damn it. So how come here I don't get that? How come it doesn't have a height here? It does still have a height. However, here it says 2 by 2. Where is it getting that? I'm really confused by this. It's computed height. Computed height. I can tell people what I'm thinking about in here, what I'm tracking down. Okay. It's because of the borders, like border box. Ah. Okay, so my CSS fix should really okay. Crap, I have a meeting right now. Sorry, hang on. Okay, hang on. I have a meeting. I thought it was tomorrow, so I'm actually a little annoyed that they put it today at 1:30 because like I have something at 2. I think it's my own fault for not blocking out the scrub time. No, I have it set for 1 hour. Computer's having a meltdown. Oh, crap. Okay, let me see if I can fix this. Yeah, so this is actually losing this, so we have a scoping thing, right? What is the scoping class? WP admin? Sorry, I have to make sure that I'm not. Crap. Let me finish this. What is our Sorry, I'm trying to remember. We have this weird ass scoping class on the body. WP Core UI. I'm actually going to scope this in too so they match. I'm really annoyed about them putting a meeting on a Tuesday. Damn. Okay, is it still not specific? Maybe it's not specific enough. Oh, I see. So this is somehow still getting. Got media modal star. How come? How come, honey? I'm so confused. Because, like, everything inside. I see. It really should be everything inside. Everything inside of there, right? Let's see how badly this messes stuff up. Hopefully it doesn't. There we go. Okay, I think that's correct. I don't really need to mess with that, I guess. But, well, it just makes me feel better about it. $436.40. It seems right to me. Sorry, because of this meeting, I'm just really confused about what's going on. All right, I think I have to hop off because I think I have to go to this meeting. I'm really unhappy about this. I really thought that it was tomorrow. That's my own fault for not blocking this time out on my calendar earlier, I guess. But I feel like I'm not going to air my work laundry on stream. Sorry. I just like completely did not remember about this meeting. Anyway, discussing with somebody else who's supposed to be in the meeting. So, comment. Okay, they're gonna reschedule. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep working on this. All right. Let's just commit this. This is why sometimes, you gotta look again. Let's make sure my subversion solely has this stuff. What is this? So when I'm committing something that like I fixed, I don't need the props because it is implied and I am a committer, so like it doesn't matter if I have props or not. I think technically I'm in the credits no matter what. That may not be true anymore, I guess. This just fixes it, right? Because it's just reopened for this. I cannot wait to I have this keyboard, the kit that I need to get here, which has like macro keys on the left side, so I can like switch stuff without like multi-key combos. I'm very excited for it. All right, what else is left? Make sure this closed. I'm always paranoid that my tickets aren't going to close. Okay, let's switch back to 2021. Okay, so we're awaiting a resized image. What else is there left to commit? All right. Somebody else could tell me, I don't know anything about what we do when we update our certificates. Component post formats. Do I even want to open this? This is adding doing it wrong. This looks fine to me. I just kept skipping it apparently. Is there anything left for core auto updates? Is there a discussion about showing, changing copy if you set ARC instance? Okay. Okay, let me finish looking at this. Okay, I think this one's fine. I'm just gonna do it. I'm drinking too much water and I have to go to the bathroom like every 5 seconds now. It's my own fault. Thankfully, the bathroom is in my office. All right, give me 1 second. I do both hardware mute and mute in my thing. Oh, did the music stop again? Dang it. Yeah, it did. Nobody told me. Yeah, I drink a lot of water, sort of generally. My mother-in-law and I always talk about this because she hates drinking just like straight up water. It has to be like seltzer or fruit juice or coffee or whatever, but she hates drinking just plain water, whereas like ice water is the most glorious thing in the world to me. So that's the real anti-aging secret. Stay healthy, bud. I was watching a keyboard streamer yesterday, and she had a thing where like you could redeem your channel points to like tell her to hydrate. I guess she needs reminders, but I do not. I drink too much water. Yeah, I'm gonna say the anti-aging secret. It's a ton of water and collagen. Eating the weird stuff that has collagen in it. I make jokes about post formats PTSD because I was the feature lead for that in 3.6. I'm working on 5.6, and I was a feature lead for post formats in 3.6. And you know, it was kind of doomed from the start, to be honest, but you know, felt very personally responsible. And then like halfway through the release cycle, when we should have been toward the end of the release cycle, so it shouldn't have been such a big deal. But what ended up being the middle of the release cycle, I went on parental leave. So it's just like, goodbye. There's no getting me to work on stuff because like I had a freaking baby, you know? What do you want from me? I'm not working. So yeah, that was super fun. I did end up doing work on core while I was on parental leave because, you know,
These things happen. I gotta swap earbuds again.
I see what's happening. Every time I swap my AirPods, it changes the output device. All right, now I know. So yeah, I did end up coming back and doing work on 3.6 while I was still on parental leave. But I had a lot more energy then. I was in my 20s. I was in my 30s when I had my second baby, and I did not do any such thing. All right. Apply this patch. I sent my mom a selfie on my birthday earlier this month, and she's like, wow, you still look like you're 28. And I was like, damn, I don't look like I'm a student anymore. But I was like, no, it's good. I don't like being mistaken for a student. It's like, I'm 35. Extremely not a student. Not that there's anything wrong with being a 35-year-old student. When people ask me, am I a student, they mean like, am I a sophomore in college? I know that's what it means. Seems fine. I should read it in context, probably. If it is set and it's an array, otherwise it's not set, or else it's not an array. Right? Flipping logic. That's something that like always drove me nuts. So when I was a CS student for like a semester. I did not do well with it. I was a CS student for like a semester, and I had to take the two classes I remember from that semester were like Java 101, and then math logic. And I just remember in math logic, in math logic, when you negate, damn, what is it? It's like when you negate an or, it doesn't become an and or something. I don't know. It's just like one of those conditions in a truth table has like nothing to do with either programming or like how you process stuff in real life. It's just like specific to math logic, and it always drove me insane because like it's like no bearing on real life. Oh, you're building a site that was using post-formats? Yeah, flipping the operation. I don't know. I clearly fucking sucked at that stuff. So. I dropped CS for many reasons. Uh, I would say probably the number one reason for me dropping CS was just like, I just did not enjoy the material, like compiled languages or not. I don't know, I just don't enjoy that stuff. And then the trajectory of like stuff you would have to do for the degree was all operating system level stuff. And it just like did not interest me at all. And I just like could not imagine having to go to class every single day and deal with being like, you know, a traditionally feminine presenting person in a very dude heavy major. And I also like, I just didn't have the resources that a lot of people seem to have. Like I lived 8 months without heat or internet at home. Like I cannot imagine having been a CS student during that time, you know? I wouldn't have been able to do anything. No computer, no internet. It's like, what would I have done? You know, lived in the computer lab? No way, because I was also a music major, so like I can't live in a computer lab and a practice room. I would have had to choose one. And so I chose one and it was music because I just could not imagine like going through that degree with like all this operating system level stuff where it's like, I don't want to do that for my job. Turns out I didn't want to play piano for my job either, but I had a much better time doing it as I have it both my undergrad and my master's are in music. And I had a much better time doing that. I think it taught me a lot more things about being a professional and how to do collaborative work. So now I can do this, where the programming, you know, you can learn programming outside of school too. It's much harder to get that sort of the type of focus and dedication and attention that you need for music outside of a school environment. I need to X an array of types. Okay, so this is a common, okay, this is a reused string. Okay. Okay, so I'm committing this. Post formats, you have to pass an array of supported post formats. This shows a getting it wrong message and also returns false instead of true, avoiding, what was the actual problem? Avoiding, I think that's a notice. I don't think it's an error. PHP error. Yeah. No array of formats. Let's pass in, what is it? Add theme support. Here, let's add a, we'll add an Easter egg in the commit message. Post formats maintainership comes for full circle. Just being an asshole. Okay, props. Ooh, my propsing. It doesn't really matter, right?
to give them props because they were helping us debug this. And then 2 R's, 2 T's. All right, I'm being silly in my commit message. We can put emoji in our commit messages, I think. We'll find out how Track feels about that. Watch me like fuck up Track by putting an emoji in my commit message. $1,390. I'm pretty sure I've put emoji in the messages before, but I don't know how Track is gonna. Why did Gmail change its icon? I can't find it anymore. Because it shows that like the number over the icon, and so now it looks like a little crown. I don't see the M. It's impossible to find. Alright. Doesn't look like Track had a meltdown. Yeah, see, Track was fine. Survived. Survived me being stupid. Okay. New accordion. Emoji variable names. I did this once. I was doing a HipChat to Slack migration, and I wrote one of those like shitty one-off scripts so that people could export their DMs for themselves from HipChat, because you couldn't, like, you don't, even as an org owner, like I don't have access to your DMs, which is as it should be. And you can't import DMs into Slack. So I wanted people to be able to export their DMs from HipChat if they wanted to have them. So I made this like crappy little one-off script to do that. And this is not what I ended up deploying, but as I was writing it, I was like, oh, I'm going to try emoji names. I used emoji variable names. It looks really stupid, but it worked. I'm pretty sure it's like in my Twitter. Let's look. You ever do vanity searches from yourself? Look at this. Because I'm a dumbass. See? I mean, you see how shitty my script was? I'm not hitting the HipChat API. That new symbol specifically use the emojis. Hey, listen. Would this pass PHP-CS? It wouldn't pass WordPress
PHP CS because I'm not using like WP JSON and decode. This is like pure PHP. Like you just run it. But yeah, like using this emoji for ID. Honestly, like the emoji for ID is pretty slick. I think it like made sense, like users, user ID, username, right? You have like your red and your blue lists. And then I had like key ID stuff. Right? Groups. Right, from multiple to one. Like, I don't know, like my variables made sense. It's just like being stupid. Alright. Fucking 7 weeks ago. Do I even care? Damn, what is that? That's ugly. Yeah, I want to fix it. What's the issue? Oh. Oh, brother. Alright. Do it. PHPCS. Oh. What? Variable is not in valid snake case format. Try the same thing. What is it not like? What are you supposed to do about that? Hilarious. I love it. I don't know how clearly my stream is. The chat's gonna show on stream, but it's pretty freaking funny. Oh, I didn't reproduce the issue first. Okay. Why does it auto-complete this for me? Alright, appearance, themes, menu. Alright, that seems fine to me. If I make, ooh. Hang on. I'm gonna write this out. Yeah, I changed my chat display too on stream. I guess I can move this down a little bit. Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, I changed the chat display, so I think it's probably really small now. I think I bump up the font size again. Okay, so fix that. I don't have to build this because I have script debug. Oh, now it's fine. Oh my word. All right, let's check it out in the customizer. Oh, fuck, I still have that. How can I get rid of this? This is what I mean by like we penalize people for testing that stuff. Because like if you deactivate Gutenberg, you know, because we don't have like widget blocks, then I get all this bullshit in there. We penalize people for like testing stuff. All right, let me see. Remember them having this gray background, which honestly I find hard to look at. I guess it's supposed to be there, like it's supposed to be the same as this gray, just the header is different. Hang on, let me see if sorry. I don't think that this is an admin color scheme thing. I think it's just that like I'm only noticing it. Haha, haha, joyously. I don't think those styles apply here though, do they? We have like a whole ass other thing that has like the customized controls. Why does it customize? Oh, ew. Look at that. You can't see the edge of my browser, but like when I make it really big, it looks ugly. And customize your menu, accordion display. What's the third issue here? Confirming with people. This seems fine to me. I don't really know, like, if we're fucking things up, but I may not really care. The CSS honestly makes more sense to me. Yeah. Like, all of this makes more sense to me. Okay, I'm just gonna commit this. Check the diff in my local, make sure I don't have other stuff going on. I actually like this diff because it makes more sense to me. Like reading it, like the max width, padding, width here. All of this makes more sense to me. And then this is just styling fixes, I think, because they were already removing this item. This is gonna blow away all my stuff. That's fine with me, I think. I probably need to reset the content in this anyway. Is there a command to reset my install? It destroys everything. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, I don't need to keep any of this stuff. This is all just testing. I don't know. It feels like that we should have that in our testing utilities, though, right? Like, we should have something in our testing utilities that allows us to reset everything. But yeah, I can do a reset. I don't know, but like, I would like something that just resets it to the way that everything starts with WPN, right? Feels like that should be included in our like core environment setup. It's just something to reset it to the point that you get when you do a fresh install without having to like delete the entire thing and restart it. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'll leave the ticket open. We'll solve it separately. So here, okay. So menus, better responses, display for recording items. This only applies to the CLM menu screen. Fixes for the customizer will be handled separately. Props. See. happening in my house again. Clean slate protocol. These are references that I don't get, but I respect them. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Please reset my shit. That's what we need next in core, right? Is like a voice assistant. Hey, WordPress, delete all my shit. We do still have stuff that we could work on. There's all this stuff that we could be fixing. But I didn't think that looked right to me. Yeah, I don't know. This is what it looks like at 2560 wide. It's like it pops out a little bit, but it's like, it's kind of stupid. It's like, why? Why would I ever want it to be this wide? I said that once when I was working on list tables. I was like, why we should like make a max width on list tables for readability. And then somebody was like, no, I use my browser at like the full 1920 wide. Excuse me. Yeah. It's still wrong for me. We did not have an influx of complaints about menus in the customizer, even though they were broken in beta 1. So go for that. I don't think a lot of people are doing this. At least people who are testing beta. My nails are long. It's annoying me. I'm gonna cut them off. I don't know. I was just like waiting. You use your browser full screen at 2560. What's on your screen? I'm not like judging. I sound like I'm judging. I'm not really judging. It's just like I use my, so this is a 2560 display that I'm looking at. What you see on my stream is just the top left quadrant. It's a little taller, but it's essentially the top left quadrant. And so here on my screen in the other parts of it, I have like my sound window, the music window, I have Streamlabs open, so now I can actually see all this stuff. Look over here. Oops. So I wish that the chat was like on this side. I gotta figure out if I can move that around or something. But yeah, I don't know. How do you use them? They're full screen. I like having everything like in front of me because I'm always like cross-referencing stuff. So actually, your second monitor is 2 browser windows. Yeah, so my second monitor over on this side is just a 1920, and it has Slack on one half.
Like for funsies. Oh boy. Okay, that was super weird. My AirPods just like suddenly disconnected and reconnected. So yeah, I have like Slack, like iMessage, my harvest timer, a little widget that I use for music playback, so it shows me what's playing. Stuff like that. Ooh. Which one is this? I'm just waiting for them to tell me what they want to do for beta 2. But yeah, I have too many windows open all the time. So I wish that I had 2 2560 displays, and I'm thinking about attempting to acquire one. But, so you let other stuff float on top of your browser? No, I can't do it. I feel like so many sites like just don't design for it anyway. So either you have like real wild white space on like one side or both, or also just like everything is too long to actually read. I also feel like by using it in this quadrant, it's more reflective of what like most people are doing for desktop browsers, like the size and the shape. But I don't know. So yeah, on this monitor, I have like the whole right half is my code editor, so it has like more vertical space. And then I have Firefox and Chrome, like one on top of the other. Because I use Firefox for like all my main stuff. It's like my default browser, and my personal email is in there. And then in Chrome, I keep my 10up stuff open. Just because like you can do account switching and stuff in Gmail, but I find it to be a huge pain in the ass, and I miss emails if I'm only in one. So I have both browsers and like one account per browser, and that way I also like don't make mistakes. You know, like I'm not doing anything where I'm going to make a mistake, like where I would mistakenly send something from one account or the other, but I'm just like, you know, I'm just really, really paranoid about that stuff. Ooh, yeah, I saw people talking about that GitHub redesign at really wide widths, and a lot of people have been complaining about it, but they don't seem to want to do anything about it. I don't know where people are. Beta 2? Nobody? Maybe she fall back. Maybe D fall back to sleep. It's like mad early for her. Time's 7:30 in the morning. These are not DMs. You are a mail.app person. Nah, man, I can't. I don't know what the mail app has never clicked for me. Like I tried using it on my phone
for like who knows how long, right? Because there wasn't a Gmail app before. I think it's because I'm one of those idiots who like leave stuff unread until I'm ready to deal with it, to like respond to it. So I'll read it and then mark it as unread again. But in the mail app, it like only marks it unread from a certain point, or it marks the whole thing as unread, which is not correct. And Gmail actually has the correct behavior of only marking like the latest as unread. I don't know. Again, I am an idiot and I use my devices in like stupid ways. But I like to think that keeps me more in tune with users because I'm also an idiot at the computer. Just because I know how to write code doesn't make me good at actually using my computer. That's how I feel about it. You know, my husband sometimes is like, "Can you help me understand how to do this thing?" And it's like, I mean, me helping you understand how to do this thing means me Googling it. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Can't you Google it? And my husband's a native Spanish speaker, right? Like, he's from Costa Rica. He moved to the U.S. for college. So, like, they had a home computer and stuff, but they just didn't use it often. And so my husband only really knows how to use computers in English, like computers in his phone, like digital devices. He only really knows how to use them in English because that's like the vast majority of his experience, because he's the oldest. So his brother and his sister use their phones and computers and stuff in Spanish. And my husband uses them only in English because when he went to the US, that was just like the beginning of using computers for him. And so like, sometimes he looks stuff up, or he'll be like talking to like friends here, and they're all talking about stuff in Spanish, and he's like, I don't know what you mean. And they all make fun of him because they're like, are you sure you're still Costa Rican? Like, you can't use your computer in Spanish. So yeah, I give him a hard time. My husband misspeaks all the time in Spanish. I think he always did, because his dad does the same thing, and his dad has never. I mean, his dad did his master, like a 1-year master's program in the U.S. At Johns Hopkins, but otherwise, like, he's always been in Costa Rica, and his dad misspeaks Spanish all the time. My mother-in-law, it just gives him endless grief about it. And my father-in-law is like a public figure. Was formerly the director of a government agency, so he would be like on TV and stuff. And he would misspeak on TV, or he would say a very Costa Rican thing. So like in like very proper Spanish, you say like tres, tres. But in Costa Rica, they say tres. Like when we say trees, so it's not like an A sound on the E, and it's an S sound, which like is not common in Spanish. They say tres, but in Costa Rica they'll say tres, and they consider it like a super rednecky thing. And my father-in-law, grew up that way, grew up without a whole lot, and so he'll like get on TV and say something about like tres. He'll come home and my mother-in-law is like, "What is wrong with you? You sound uneducated on TV." They're working on the announcement. So what if we try to sneak this in? I don't want to commit this. I've never done anything related to certs in core. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, my husband's like that. He just like misspeaks in Spanish constantly. They say it should make me feel better about my Spanish because I'm like high-key perfectionist. And let me. But yeah, like I'm a high-key perfectionist, in case you can't tell. And I struggle with speaking Spanish because I'm always afraid to say something wrong. And I'm pretty much guaranteed to say something wrong, right? Because like trying to conjugate verbs on the fly for me is very difficult because like to me it's still like an academic exercise and not just like natural that it comes out of my mouth. And so I just like panic all the time. And I have a really hard time with like reflexive verbs, like when verbs are referring to yourself. So like when you say like I'm sleeping, you know, like you have to add the like me, dormirse, right? The verb, so it has the say on it. So reflexive verbs I have a really hard time with, and I have a really hard time with I don't know, what is this the part of grammar called when you're talking about like I gave it to him, right? The to him part, like lo in Spanish. And so like I just struggle with stringing all of that together when I'm like actually talking out loud. I just panic about it and just like sound like a dumbass and like mumble in Spanish. So yeah, like I understand Spanish fine. I speak it probably fine. It's just that like I'm mentally blocked all the time. So I'm freaking out that I'm going to say something wrong. Which, to be fair, I also do in English. So I'm really awkward with strangers in like social context in English. Like, I'm not like a shy person or anything like that. I'm probably an overly confident person, but I don't know. I think I just like missed out on learning about like polite interactions, especially as related to like certain types of people in the US. I don't want to get in trouble on my stream, like, you know, talking about white people, but yeah, I just like even I grew up like in a conservative church, but even then I still just like struggle with like, you know, the how are yous, the small talk, like all that stuff. I just struggle with it so much. And so you combine that with like being in another culture, in another language where their expectations are much or like even more friendly, and they have like their own conventions, and of course like, you know, Costa Rican Spanish, like every single region has its own like, you know, flavor of language. This is true all around the world. And so like what Costa Ricans say to each other when they greet each other, and like the expected responses for like how are you, like I fail at that stuff. And it's not just in Spanish, it is also in English, because in English when somebody asks like when some stranger asks like how you doing, you're supposed to just say like fine, and like, oh, I'm just going, it's just doing, you know. But like for Chinese people, when we're talking to each other, you ask them how they're doing, the response might be like, I'm doing bad. You know? And like I feel like people don't expect that. And we try to remember to only do it like amongst each other, right? Like contextually. Like if a Chinese person asks me, or like an Asian friend asks me how I'm doing, if I'm not doing great, I'm probably going to tell them like, no, not doing awesome, you know. But for any number of other friends, maybe I wouldn't do the same thing because it's not the same context. But I just struggle with that in Spanish. I don't know what they're doing. They're just still working on this post, I guess. I don't know what else to talk about. 39 freaking replies. Hopefully I don't fuck up any version bumps today. That's what I'm really worried about. What happened to my browser window? Did I quit Firefox? Oh no. That's weird. Oops. Accidentally refreshed. Oh no. So maybe I can close this with the going to close this. I have one less ticket to worry about. 4 commit candidates with 114 tickets left. It just feels bad. Okay, I think they're ready. Let's see. I don't know what the process is for updating scripts. We can watch that Adam Neely video. Yeah, and y'all have a difficult conversation about racism in classical music. I don't know, like, what they're gonna. I don't know what he says about it in relation to like the theory, or if he's just talking about the theory, or if it's like all of history. But certainly, classical music history has its problems. Like, for instance, the Vienna Philharmonic, one of the premier orchestras in the world, did not permit women in the orchestra until the 90s, and I mean the 1990s. I think they had a female harp player before that, but otherwise did not permit women to play in the orchestra. So, you know. But one thing that came out of classical music that I feel like the tech world doesn't cite enough is that studies done on anonymizing auditions, like applications or stuff, actually come out of classical music, orchestral auditions, where they move to blind auditions, where you perform behind a screen. And women are advised to like wear quiet shoes so you don't hear heels and that kind of stuff. So you do blind auditions for orchestral positions, and the offers to women went up because they were blind auditions. And so it was proof that bias was happening. Gender bias was happening in auditions. I think that study was only for gender bias. And classical music is also just like heavily Western white. And it's a privileged field to be in. I mean, like, to buy instruments and that kind of stuff. Even for me, it's like, no, I didn't grow up with a whole lot, but I grew up with parents who prioritized it. And my dad in particular, who I mostly grew up with, like, sacrificed a lot so that I could have piano lessons, and so it's like, we at least could make that choice. Like, there are a lot of, there are other levels of living where you don't even have that as a choice, So, like, at the end of the day, it's like, it's a highly privileged field. There are programs in some countries and some areas where they try to even that out a bit. We have that here in Costa Rica. There's a National Institute of Music that's very cheap to go to. But, like, still, like, the acquisition of an instrument, the care of an instrument, accessories, musical scores, all that kind of stuff, especially if you want to get into the competitive circuit, like, one thing is, like, yeah, you can learn with, like, copies of sheet music and whatever, right? But the second you want to enter any sort of competition, which is how you, in a lot of ways, it's like how you refine your skills in performance. It's a part of gaining recognition, scholarships, all that kind of stuff. Once you get into the competition area, they all require that you have original copies of music. That was a struggle for me growing up. I had like bootleg copies of Beethoven sonatas. Actually, that's still all I have. I do not have original editions, like actual retail editions of Beethoven's piano sonatas. I have photocopies, bound photocopies of Henley editions of Beethoven piano sonatas. And so I think there was one competition I was in where I was playing one of the sonatas, and I think somebody loaned me their Beethoven score. because you have to give the judges your scores for what you're playing, because you have to do it all by memory, right? So you give them your scores, so they see that you have the original scores. And I think I had to borrow somebody's, or like my piano teacher let me borrow it without actually buying it, because like a Henley Beethoven sonatas, they come in two fat books, volume 1, volume 2, because there's 32 of them, and one of those alone, I mean, let's Google it. They're doing whatever. So Henley piano sonatas. So Henley is a publisher, and they this is like the edition. So paperback is $53 on Amazon. Amazon did not exist at this point in my life. $88 for the hardcover. Let's take a look at Hal Leonard. Hal Leonard, I think, would be more likely where you would buy it from. These are study scores. That's not what I want. Piano concertos or slow piano works. Bagatelles. Sonatas. Okay, piano sonatas, volume 1. Yeah, $53 for the soft cover. For each. So to buy both volumes, $106, right? And for me, growing up, that was out of the question. So far out of the question. $106 for piano music. There's no way. It's like, so like, even today, I'm just talking to myself. I don't know who's even listening at this point. But at one point growing up, my piano teacher was like, you need to have a quartz metronome, because I just had like one of those wind up pendulum ones, right? And it was not consistent. And she was like, you know, this isn't good enough. And I think mine was like broken, so I had to like put it on a piece of paper to like tilt it ever so slightly. Is this just rent seeking at this point? So Henley, yes, Henley has top performers and pedagogues edit their scores, and so Henley specifically puts a lot of effort into the research, into original sources, to make some decisions about what might be different from other editions that have been published in the past. They make sure there are no there are frequently errors in scores. Like if you buy like a cheap what is the name of the company? The yellow scores that you see all the time. So there are the yellow scores, and there's also the International Music Company scores. If you buy those, which are typically prints of editions that are out of copyright, you'll find errors in them, like missing accidentals, missing clefs, bad fingerings, a note that was wrong in one of the original engravings and has just like carried forward over time. And so what a company like Henley does is they actually do the research into these original sources. They reset everything as well. They create their own new engravings. And so Henley has a very distinctive like typography through their score setting. And Henley is also very good about where they put page turns. So one thing that is really hard for a pianist, especially when you're doing collaborative stuff, is because you do it with the score. So you're turning pages. And if you're in rehearsal, you don't have a page turner. In performance, you will frequently have a page turner, like a person who sits next to you and turns your pages for you. I used to do this as like a side gig, and it would get me like meals with artists and lessons with them and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was a pretty sweet thing to do. But yeah, like being mindful about where page turns are placed, just all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're paying a premium, but it's worth it for Henley scores. I have a lot of them now as an adult because I started buying them. Not even in grad school, actually after grad school. Even in grad school, I would like borrow shit from the library because broke grad student. Uh-oh, this is a private. Hang on. 51098. Ah. Okay. Let's pull this back out into public. See what they want. Okay, so block patterns take an array. Oh no, it's imploding this. That's chill. That's so much easier for me to read, honestly. But we're not doing it right. Okay, so we're gonna commit these block patterns for 2020. This one is missing some of spacing. I'm not sure that I have ever actually committed to the bundle themes. Let's find out. If anything goes wrong, if I try committing it. Okay, let's apply this patch. I don't know why it keeps yelling me though. What's it changing in? Oh, I see, it's just including the file. Okay. So this one's just missing. We're just missing some line breaks in between here. So I asked if they could make it so it like implodes an array or whatever, or does like a bunch of concatenation, because otherwise it's like impossible to read. And also it's going to be like impossible to maintain into the future. So. Okay, I'm just reading just to make sure we're good. WP paragraph. I feel like we could still break this out, to be honest. What do I know? I feel like this is like super hard to read. I just don't love it. There's so many nested things here. It's gross. This looks so gross. What about music scores? When you buy something like a Henley, you just keep it for the rest of your life. That's the other thing. It was just, when I was a kid, we couldn't afford that. So like, when I was saying about the quartz metronome, my piano teacher was like, you had to buy this quartz metronome. And I remember it being $50 in like the 90s. My dad was like, we can't buy that. She was like, you have to. And my dad like really made this point about like, this is a huge sacrifice for me. I can't afford $50 for this metronome. You have to take care of it because it's a big sacrifice for us to buy this like $50 thing. You have to take care of it. And like, that has stuck with me. And guess what? I still have that metronome. My 7-year-old uses it for piano. I sent my dad a picture the other day and he was like, wow, you still have that? Because I had to fix it. I had to resolder the battery contacts. So I fixed the battery contacts and I sent my dad a picture. He's like, I can't believe you still have that. And I was like, you gave me like endless shit as a kid. And I'm like, how hard it was for us to buy this. Of course I took care of it. Yeah. No, I actually really like seeing that metronome still. It's like an old friend, and also like honestly, it's really freaking loud. It has a lot of features, and it's like really easy to use. There's like nothing digital about it. It's just there's a dial. It's a big dial, a light on the top, just a real loud clicker, and my husband has like one of the crazy ass Dr. Pete things, but I don't know, for me, just like that old loud ass quartz metronome, and it's like my 7-year-old knows how to operate it. He knows how to incrementally speed it up to get to speed on whatever piece he's learning. Easy for him to understand. So I'm actually very glad that I kept it. Also doubles as a weapon. I think it's heavy. It's not one of those super old school ones that has like a dial like this. I don't know if you've ever seen those. Those are tanks. But this thing is, it's like a little brick, and it's pretty intense. I think it'll live forever if I just keep the battery contacts in place. Okay, this looks good to me. Yeah, I love metronomes. I'm a huge metronome work person. Some people are like, oh, it's gonna make you robotic or whatever, and it's like, no, you have to like start that stuff early so that you absorb that feeling, you know? And then yeah, that way you can drop needing a metronome earlier. Otherwise, like for people who have to like retrofit metronomes into their practice, it's like, I don't know, they just sort of like never adjust to it and they just end up in this mess. So I don't know. That's my opinion, but okay, so I have to like SC and add this thing. I also have to remember that. SC and add. Sarah, do you play an instrument? I assume you do if you're talking about metronomes. Or sing. I guess that could also be. Okay, this looks good to me. Several. What do you play? I'm lame. I only play the piano and like related keyboarded instruments. I've done harpsichord and organ study. Okay, this looks fine to me. I'm just obsessing. Bundled themes. Introduce block patterns for 2020. Ooh, my props. Piano, marimba, flute, guitar, and ukulele. Yeah, wow. Wow. I tried learning the flute. I think I could play a scale at one point. Collect other string instruments, violin, and an electric cello. That's cool. I love electric cellos. I think they're so cool. Like both like in terms of like the sound that they can produce, but also just like in terms of design. People do some cool things with electric cellos. I think in particular cellos because it's like a larger format, but there's some cool looking electric violins too. Just like the industrial design on it is super cool. All right, so I think I need to give props to all these people. 3, 4. I play piano. I have my undergrad in piano performance. And I have, you know what, I'm just gonna copy all this and just delete the junk. I have my undergrad in piano performance, and then my master's degree is in collaborative piano. The long name for the program is piano accompanying and chamber music. That's what I have my master's in. I did my master's at Eastman. It's like big conservatory nerd over here. I worked at Eastman as a web developer for 3 years after I finished my master's. Cause like shit, I need health insurance. That's what it all comes down to. People are like, "Why'd you get into tech? Were you like, you know, enthralled by what technology can do for people? Was like open source really appealing to you? Like the philosophy of open source?" It's like, nah, man, I wanted a paycheck and health insurance. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Bundled themes, introduced block patterns for 2020. Props all these people. Fixes this. Let's see. I do feel very lucky that I fell into something that I do love. You know, like web development itself is kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know. But then I got into WordPress stuff and then doing like core WordPress stuff, like contributing to WordPress and then having a WordPress centric job that paid me to work on this stuff. And it was like, all right, you know, this is pretty cool. I like it. I like the people, you know, like getting to do this kind of work. The fact that I can stream my work and it's all open, very philosophically, you know, satisfying to me. But I think that's definitely all just chance, you know. Yeah, all right, let's take a look at 2019. Didn't go to music school and exchange for art school. Some problem, ended up with an English degree and a master's in comms. Yeah, I didn't change my study. I was talking earlier, I did a semester as a computer science student. Fucking hated it. But switching to barista in Texas, I doubt that. I would guess that there are at least several other baristas who were former classmates of mine who have master's and even doctoral degrees in music who just, you know, you gotta make things go sometimes. So all through my first job as a web developer, so I was at Eastman, I did web dev there for 3 years, and my first year I was also the choir pianist at RIT, the Rochester Institute of Technology, and the pianist at a church. And I kept that church piano job all through my 3 years as a web developer at Eastman, and I also served as a large ensemble pianist for Eastman ensembles while I was a web developer there. Yeah, RIT was really nice. It's like out in the boonies. It's not completely out in the boonies, but it's a little bit. So like driving there in the wintertime is always like, am I gonna see a deer driving into campus? It's too much snow. I grew up in Virginia Beach, so like it's like I'm a New Yorker in a lot of ways, but like I primarily grew up in Virginia Beach, and so like that amount of snow to me was just like, no, pass. The only cool thing in Rochester was that like both RIT, well, definitely U of R, and I think RIT, although I didn't really wander the campus that much, but U of R had all those underground tunnels between buildings because of the snow. You were born in Virginia Beach? Wow, we are meant to be. Cool. Yeah. I was born in New York. I was born a little bit upstate, but I lived in Manhattan as a kid. And then we moved down to Norfolk and then to Virginia Beach. But when we moved to Virginia Beach, my mom actually split and she moved back up to New York. So I split my time. Not my time, I spent school breaks in New York. In Manhattan, then Flushing, which is now my US address. So I live in that apartment in Flushing when I'm in the US, and then New Jersey. And then for a while as an adult, I lived in Jersey City, which I really loved actually. But then I moved to Costa Rica because I couldn't take the US anymore. Couldn't take the snow, couldn't take the weather, couldn't take a lot of things about the people. It was really rough. So am I supposed to be reading this copy? Advocating for businesses and entrepreneurs since 2014. I have this thing about starter content where I want it to be more like a guided walkthrough, but these older themes are more like, here's a demo, so I'll just let it be. I think it's weird. Why does it have... Oh, maybe this is just a label for the image. It's a little strange. I like it. I mean, it's cute. All right. Anyway, did you live in Virginia Beach for any length of time? Oh, dang. I hope. Yeah. Oh, do they have images? Yeah. 2 years. Ah, okay. That's cool. I have not spent any significant time in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I lived in Virginia Beach from the second grade until, like, partway through the second grade until I finished high school. And then I went to VCU for my undergrad. It's a big VA in my life. You can hear it sometimes when I talk. When I talk, it's like this disgusting mix between like Virginia Beach and New York. Or whatever. That's how I talk. This all seems fine to me. Cool messaging. Oh crap! I left out so many of the props on 2020. That suck. Okay. This all seems fine to me. Okay, let's apply this. Okay. Open this block patterns. Starting DC and undergrad. Aw. I haven't spent a lot of time in DC, but everybody, like, so many people I know ended up in DC or spending time in DC. Yeah. Section of the track ticket that had usernames. Everybody who commented, uploaded patches. Yeah, I agree. We should have like a rolling props field or something for reference. Yeah, that's somewhere where it's possible GitHub will actually do a better job of that in the future. But for the moment, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to roll through and like get everybody's like, and it's arbitrary too. It's like, do I think that this comment moved the ticket forward? You know, so like there's also room for like hard feelings and all that kind of stuff, and that's really hard too because like you don't want to make anybody feel bad, but at the same time like props do need to be at least somewhat meaningful. Otherwise, like, why do we bother? Right? But yeah, I don't know. I just like, I don't know. Like we do the props. Like I know that people enjoy counting props and like doing stats and that kind of stuff too. I'm less enamored with that stuff because like I don't want it to be like a competition, right? The number of props doesn't really reflect a whole lot necessarily. But yeah, but I definitely like, I don't want to leave people off if it's like their first props, you know, it's like, I'll always feel bad about that. So I think I left somebody off and I don't know if it's like their first props or only props or what the deal is. So let me just make sure. I don't know if we could automate it, but it feels like we should have like a, I don't know, like a privileged field or something that we can just like dump names into as we go, or like collaborate on. Okay, let me open this. Who else did I miss on this ticket? You know, yeah, how could we celebrate somebody's first props? So yeah, so here's somebody else I need to give props to. Okay. So yeah, let me get any other names that I missed. Yeah, I missed this completely. Just stupid because it's a very long comment, so I kind of missed that. Okay, and then in 2019, okay, let me start this commit message so I can start dropping these props in here. And this is where like I prefer to have the windows side by side to me. I struggle a lot with like switching between windows. Okay, SVN stat. First and foremost, I have to actually add this file. Bro, what? Okay. SVN stat. Damn, that's a lot of ways with all the image credits. Bundled. Let me copy my these block planners for 2019. This is going to shit. It's gonna fixes this, and then we got props. Okay, let's get these people's names out of here. Ah! Oh my god. Can you imagine if I could actually type shit? Okay, any other names in here? From Rael. Okay. Okay, now I think I've got them all. These 2 are left over from 2020 that I missed, and these 4 all worked on 2019. Okay, sending. Jeez. I don't know what kind of verification it does on the subversion front, but sometimes it takes forever. Okay, I think we're done for now. I have DMs. Okay, this is a good way for me to know I have DMs. You gonna load my messages or what? Okay. Oh yeah. So we have to await the build. Let me see. We're down to 12 tickets launched. Close to. All right, so. Travis is going to take its sweet ass time. I don't know how long it's going to take. God damn it. Shouldn't it show me where the fuck is our... What are these missing? What does that mean? Is it not in here? It's like somewhere else. I didn't specifically check this for the trailing comments, but I don't know where it is. Like, what line is this for? I do not have any automated styling fixes going on because I touched too many files, so like I don't want to end up with like unrelated changes. I don't know where these are. Like, why is it not giving me any annotations? Am I just a dumbass? Here we go. So it shows me less information in here, but I thought that it would show me the, so yeah, see, like here it's showing me that it's in the 2020 block patterns. Oh, I guess that's why. Okay, hang on. Maybe if I look in the commits and I look in the one for, oh, I see. I did it in 2020. Okay, here we go. This is an array item? Oh, I see. Okay. Let me put this over to the side so that I can actually fix it side by side. Okay, let's fix it. It's 2021, so 53. I will not see chat for a moment. Don't indent. You see, that's the kind of stuff that drives me insane. It's like, I think I know better than you, and it's like, no, excuse me. 53, 64. Oh, look at that. Line 100. Fuck you. Line 111. And 34. So it's just the same set of errors all over. 145. And 79. Yeah, this is all just the same copy pasted stuff, I guess. 200. Check my SVN diff. What was the commit where I fucked it up? Okay. God. Sync my commit already. It's gonna be the one time that it doesn't sync. Frickin' commit. So this should be GitHub. All right. You would think that I would know how to do this. All right. I fixed it. I don't have any more PHP problems. So we're just waiting on PHP unit tests here. God, it takes like 20 minutes for the emotes to show up in the street. So weird. I don't have any good jokes. I only have bad jokes. Inappropriate jokes. You see, should finish quickly at this point. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again. I'm gonna have to tunnel into my proxy again, which you all get to see. It's ugly. Party, party. I have not had any dropped frames in like 3 hours. So I wonder if it's also just like my internet during certain times of the day or something. Or if it's like, you know, I bet it correlates with when my child is in class or when more people are in my house. Like other people using the internet, because I only have like 10 up. One should be nearly done at this point, right? No, they're not. Sweet ass times, holy shit. There's so many questions now. It's all jokes. I don't know any like tame jokes. There was like a terrible shark-infested custard joke last week. And John is saying Francesca's still laughing. WordPress couples, they're so cute. What's up with the mushroom? I know one joke about mathematicians entering a bar. No, oh no. I don't like puns. I think that's why I'm not. I'm a huge stiff with like non-inappropriate jokes, with like actually appropriate jokes. Oh, the fun guy joke. You know who loves that joke is my 7-year-old. He goes around telling that joke all the time. Not a bar thing, but he's always like, why are mushrooms so funny? Or like, why are mushrooms good friends or something like that? I don't know. Can you imagine if I started making like Jesus and Mary jokes? Oh man. I'm waiting for these tests. Alright, these passed, so I'm gonna leave that. These should now be just about done, right? Still no. Oh damn. Is that's expected, right? But it feels like I shouldn't actually output that. Yeah, I committed this notice, this doing it wrong earlier. Hmm. I don't think this is gonna be an error. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, it doesn't say it's an error. Yeah. Sherry says, no, it's not supposed to show it. Travis is a fun guy. No. Travis can kick rocks.
Ah, god damn it. AirPods is dying again.
I don't understand what Joyously is getting at though. It's like say what you want to say, then that comes back in minutes. Fight me. Listen. I'm like terrified maybe she's watching this stream though. I'm ready to fight them. Oh shit. Oh. What the hell? Like, yeah, I know. I'm not gonna say it like that. Yeah, right? I need to get those. What are those called? Those have a name. Those the punctuation emoji. They have a name. But yeah, I'm ready to fight her. Ready to fight basically everybody all the time. That's the New York. When people are like, you know, are you Virginia or are you New York? And it's like, well, it is both. I'm always ready to fight. And I love a lot of New York food. Not, yeah, it's ASCII art, but like, it's like, it's a whole ass keyboard in the iPhone. Like, if you turn on Japanese, it's like a sub keyboard in Japanese. It has a name. All right, I gotta bump the version. Shit, that's me. iPhone, iOS. Maybe what I need are like Jesus and Miro gifts. Put a S&D FTV on screen. Can you imagine if I did something like that? I'm in so much trouble. All right. So I just bumped this, right? Let me not fuck this up again. Where my commit at? On the 20th, right? Let me open these commits. Oh no, fuck it up. Oh, we have an act here. All right, I'm ready. So yeah, I just bumped this, beta 2. All right, let's let people do the thing. There must have thread somewhere. Okay. Let's go. And then I have to tunnel in. All right. All right, so I'm SSH in. Oops. I mean, this isn't going to show you anything. I have to proxy. Let me do a socks proxy through my tunnel. Okay. See, that's an inappropriate. I have like absolutely zero geek cred, like the self-labeled geek stuff. You don't want your eggs. Okay, so now I have to go to mc.wordpress.org. I'm not going to type that on screen just in case. All right. All right. Packaging release. Branch. No, trunk. 5.6-beta 2. Submit. This doesn't tell you anything. And again, I have to be proxied in to get to it, so I'm not gonna worry. Yeah, this shit's all passing. Fucking 5.6. It's been running. Okay, so now Where do these live? I'm an idiot. Is that where it is? Yes. Post for review. I can put this on stream, right? We have public post preview PPP going. Need more flashing lights? Yeah, can you imagine if I started messing with MC so did some crazy stuff every time you open it. Whoa. That's going mad slow. 19 minutes. It should rain faster. We fixed 53 bugs. I thought that the bulk operations support happened then. I don't think that I mean, I let you do whatever, Timothy, but I don't think that I would have allowed that into beta 2. Otherwise, I probably haven't done my job. Because I should not permit that. Cool. Everybody's running their tests. Very nice. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I don't know how all of you are still sitting here with me, but it's like co-working, I guess. Except that I'm a blabbermouth, and the rest of you can only talk to me in chat. Virtual co-working space. The developer stream himself building his game 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Wow. It's intense. Oh, well, you know, as I said, sometimes you gotta pay the bills. Doesn't matter. I don't know. My expenses are like that high. People people ask me like, oh, is it like way cheaper because you moved to Costa Rica? And it's like, no, stuff in Costa Rica is actually like very expensive. Cost of living here is not low at all. Like you can live for much cheaper, but I would say that like for what a US person would consider like a middle class lifestyle is very comparable to costs in like a smaller US city. So like I used to live in like Wichita, Kansas. Lived there for less than a year. But I would say that like my costs here, if I wanted to live that kind of lifestyle, would be comparable to how I lived in Wichita. Like costs. Spend, you know, a few $1,000s a month. Okay, sorry, they're asking me about my kids' homework, and it's like, listen, guys, like I'm at work. You can't ask me about this stuff. That's weird. Yeah, like I spend a lot of money here. I probably spend just about as much as I did in the New York Metro, like when I lived in Jersey City. But that's because I get a lot more out of it. You know, it's like, yeah, my expenses are crazy high. That's a choice that I made. I'm not complaining about it at all. I have made my choices in life to live this way. So like I live in a, I don't know. It's always weird to talk about this stuff out of context because it's like I'm not boasting. Like these are just choices I've made. The house that I live in is one that I bought from my in-laws. They previously lived here. So like I live in the house that they used to live in, and they bought this house because of the neighborhood, because it was a good deal for the neighborhood, but it's very expensive and it's like more than I truly need. Although with the pandemic, it has been real nice having the amount of space that we have in this house, because like everybody is at home and people are here helping me with the kids all day. So there's typically six people, 4 adults and 2 children in my house all day. And then like in the evening, sometimes another like 1 to 3 adults join. So anyway, they're just running these tests, but yeah, there are a lot of people in my house all the time. I have a lot of space. And we have a pool and I have a housekeeper. So these are all just like, you know, as I was talking about earlier, I have a piano room. It's like 2 grand pianos in it. So as I said, it's like that's like the rich bitch shit, right? But I just like work hard, live a lifestyle that we've worked up to. I did not grow up this way. It is very foreign for me to live this way, but it's also nice to not have to like count pennies when buying groceries and that kind of stuff, which is how I lived for a long time. So it's like, why did I work so hard if not to be able to live this life? And you know, why did my parents emigrate from China, right? That's what they wanted. They wanted for themselves and especially for their children to have a certain type of life, a better life than how they grew up, with like food rations and war and an oppressive government and all that stuff. So they wanted better for us. So the best thing that I can do for my parents is to like be successful, right? You know, my parents are kind of nuts, but still, the that cultural training runs deep. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's nice being here though. Primarily, we're here for the family. You know, we had 2 kids, and having 2 kids and not having a whole lot of help when we were in New York and New Jersey was very difficult. Because like my mom lives there, but she's like a certain kind of person, so she just was not super helpful. Like when I needed, anytime that I need, like my husband would be out of town for an extended period, my mother-in-law would fly up and stay with me to help. So eventually, like between weather and, you know, frankly, politics and culture and all that stuff, it was just like, why am I still living in the US? This is really stupid. It's a dumb decision on my part to keep living in the US. I should go where the family is, you know, because like I'm really lucky that I get along with my in-laws. You know, like I think I've said this before, like I text my mother-in-law very nearly as much as I text my own husband. So it's nice to have people that I have a good relationship with, which I don't with my parents. So it's like, why wouldn't I be here? This is a dream, right? It's what everybody talks about. It's like, oh, I'm gonna move to Costa Rica when I retire. It's like, I can live here now, in my 30s. I think we're good. I think everybody's just trying too hard to feel complete. There's no such thing as complete. All right, we're good. These are all passing. I'll just get all my stuff ready for the next update. Because I just had to do the post version bump and repackage the nightlies, and then I think we're done. And then I get to like go take a nap. It's not true. I'm not gonna take a nap. Go have a snack. Fuck, what does that mean? Update slugs. What did I do wrong? What slug did I fuck up? What are you talking about? I'm confused. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, can't catch them all. That's cool. We'll fix it later. Close this. Well, it's raining. Hopefully this means it'll cool down. It's been super hot here. Well, super hot. It's been the kind of hot that sticks in the house. I had to move. I had to sleep in the guest room last night. I couldn't sleep in my own bedroom. But again, lucky to even have a guest room. I did not have that previously. So. Is that post first? Let me open the. I know that they were working on like revising this list of shit, but when people stream all day, do they talk all day or do they just like, I know that there's streams where people just like don't talk except to respond to chat, but they're otherwise just like doing their work in silence. PHP CS rule for the translation domain? There is, but I don't know if it would catch that I put the wrong domain. So it's like supposed to be 2020, not 2021. I don't know. Wouldn't that be nice if it would? If I just like. Alright, we'll let them talk it out. I don't know. I'll just bump it and package it whenever they tell me to. That's cool. People talk all day. I feel like it's good for me to talk because like otherwise I just like don't talk to anybody except my children, and I talk to my husband a little bit at night, but then he has to hear me talk about everything, and I'm sure it's like deeply annoying to him. Not in like a husband hates his wife talking kind of way, but just like my husband's one of those people who is extremely not online. Oh, no. Bug is not that it was specified, so it's like the wrong thing because it's in themes. Okay, cool. I'll bump it. Alright, so 49,351. Right? Make sure. Fuck it up again. Yeah. Yeah, I figure it's nice to talk. I'm just talking out loud anyway. It's just what I'm thinking about, so that to me, it's specific to WordPress. It's like opening up the process, right? So that people can have an understanding of what I'm doing. Okay, so I have this 49,351 because I'm currently at 49,350. No R. Beta 2. Check my diff. Post WordPress 5.6 beta 2 version bump. Packaging. Alright, it's now gonna go into MC release nightly builds. Trunk. And I really need to figure out like if I can put an AC unit in my office, because like, and whether it's worth it, because the vast majority of the time it is okay enough during the day that it's not too hot, but a few points during the year, just because of the seasons, which is just like rainy and not rainy, it can get really hot in my office. This week is one of those weeks, I guess, where everything's just really hot all the time. It's been that way since the weekend. It's like it's an airflow thing because we don't have central air. We don't have any air units in the house, actually. I have one fan here behind, you can like sort of see it because I have my video cropped. I have like one of those Dyson ring fan things. I have that, and then I have one of those towers in my bedroom, and that's it. That's all we have in the house. So yeah, there's no central air. Like if it's too hot, you open the doors. If it's too cold, you close the doors. Everything's sliding doors. All right, yay! We have a new version, new beta for WordPress 5.6. Slated for release December 8th. I really need to put that in my calendar. Block out the whole day. Nobody can talk to me. WordPress 5.6 release December 8th from 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. I don't want anybody to talk to me. Block out my calendar. Oh, actually, I can set it to start at 10 a.m. All right. Yay, we did it. I think I'm done for the day. You know what I'm going to do is it's raining now too. I am going to, maybe I'll fix that stupid text domain thing so that translators don't get screwed. They're translating ahead of time. Yeah, I don't know. But it's still the daytime. I'm tired. I have some other work I have to do on 10 Up stuff, but I think I'll do that in the evening. I'm gonna do a home DIY thing, I think. I have a shower head I need to install, so I think that's what I'm gonna go do. But, yeah, thanks for joining me, as usual. They're all wonderful, wonderful people. It's nice to co-work. Nice to feel like we're virtually co-working. I've said this before, I don't do well working in an office all day, like a co-located office. But I haven't gotten to do any WordPress in-person stuff since WordCamp US last year, I guess. It's like the last time that I got to see people and work with them. Because that was the last time I left Costa Rica until I made a 2-day hop at the end of January because of COVID. Saw what was coming, and I made a 2-day hop to New Jersey and did stuff with my mom. She made me wear a mask the whole time, which was fun. Apparently I have to do it again. Went to Phoenix in February. Yeah, WordCamp Asia, when people were like, oh, it's still gonna happen, I was like, yeah, right. My mother, who never, ever does anything about medical stuff, like she doesn't talk about it, she found, like the word out of China came out like mid-January, and she like freaked out about it. And I was like, oh, that's some real shit. I'm with my mom. I'm gonna open this too, but yeah, like my mom was like, no, this is bad. We have to wear masks. Everything has to go on lockdown. My mom was here. It was like the day before she left to go back to the US. And she was like, oh, this is bad. One of my sisters was in China at the time, and my mom like forced her to leave early. She had to like fly through Frankfurt or like some wacky thing in order to get back to the US. What is this, inversion? Yeah, now I see it. But yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with events, like when people will start feeling comfortable again. Clearly not anytime soon. the way stuff is going. And I always said this. My husband thought that I was crazy because in March, before March this past year, before March, he had this tour throughout like England and Ireland set up with a group. And I was like, I can't believe you're still going on that. I can't believe that it hasn't been canceled yet. And he was like, no, we're still going. It's still on. And he went, and everything started getting canceled and shutting down while he was over there, including like those US border measures, and then the border closed here and all that stuff. And I was like, listen, you have to come back like now. And they're like, no, we're still waiting to hear about the last concert. And I was super pissed. Obviously they canceled it. But then he was like, I don't know, like we can't change our flights to come back. And I was like, I don't care if you can change your flights to come back or not. I'm going to buy you a new flight to come back because I can't. I forced him to come home. And he was, when he got back, he was like, okay, well, we're still planning stuff for like July. And I was like, you ain't going nowhere until like next spring. You know? So he's in New York right now, but they're doing like virtual stuff. It's just that they have to do it co-located because it includes performances. I think they did one in an empty church the other day, but it's like they're doing performances and stuff, but it's all online. But they do have to be co-located to do those performances. But as far as like actually doing performances and stuff, nothing. Like for a live audience, no indications of that kicking up again. And I think I'm still right. It's like next spring at earliest because we got to get through like normal flu season, you know, and then we'll see what's happening. I don't know. Where's the diff? Let's commit this thing. I think we'll see an anti-vax movement like nothing before. I agree. I think there's going to be a lot of people who just refuse to get vaccinated. And, you know, like we don't know what a vaccine is even going to look like. Like, will it protect small children or not, you know? There's just like so much up in the air. But I guess with vaccines, it's like, you know, if small children can get them, then hopefully the only people impacted are the people who are refusing to get them, right? But of course, you know, we typically don't vaccinate little babies. And so they're basically saying like, oh, we'll just rely on the fact that it doesn't seem super severe in children. But that seems wrong. Let's come in this. I think I'm going to call bundle things. I mean, we're not really parsing 2020 correct syntax things. Block patterns. Just closing my tabs. I can close my tunnel too. close my browser tunnel because this means it's like proxying all my stuff through .org, and it's like maybe don't all need to. Don't need to. Thanks for following. Look at that cute little Wapoo. WordPress stuff. Yeah, anyway, I hope that something happens. Something happens where we see a vaccine or we see people really take care and reduce spread to the point where we can move around with more security, you know. But because like here in Costa Rica, like our cases, you know, we had days where we were only seeing like a single digit number of new cases per day. And I think that if we had stayed like in complete lockdown, it may even have been like eradicated locally. But, you know, of course, like people do still come in and whatever. But I think just our testing protocols were not good enough. So we were not catching it early enough, and we were not doing enough back tracing. And so eventually what ended up happening was they found it in wastewater in one area. And started doing sentinel testing, and it turned out we had huge spread. And so, yeah. And so I think at that point it was already out of control, right? At the point that you're starting to catch community spread, there's no way to like backtrace enough. And people here like just love to get together. People love to get together. People are walking around without oh yeah. Thanks for following. Yeah. Actually, so something that I started doing, or am working through, is if you already have an Amazon Prime account, it includes one Twitch subscription, which is like different from following, and it will like pay me. I would only do this if you already have an Amazon Prime account and you're not already using it to support another streamer. Because what I'm going to do with that is donate at least half of it. What I'm likely to do for that donation is use ActBlue and donate it. Use ActBlue to spread it across various funds for supporting legal services for the border. Just because it's a thing that I care about a lot. You know, children, families, and Latino immigrants. I'm married to one. So that's just something that's near and dear to my heart. And so I see it as redistributing the wealth from Amazon, because it basically funnels like $250 a month away from Amazon, because it's already something that you pay for. And so taking that money out of Amazon and redistributing it somewhere else. And then the other half-ish, maybe less than half, but that's really just to cover because they do tax me on it. And to probably pay for this music service, you know, again, just redistributing this back out. I do not have a blog post about it. I don't know if like Amazon's going to be like pissy if I'm like openly saying I'm trying to redistribute Jeff Bezos' wealth because he has too much fucking money. Because I did not used to feel this way. I feel like this has really crept on over the last couple of years, but I have definitely reached the point of like, it is immoral. Being a billionaire is immoral. And it's not that like, you know, you can't have $1 billion or something, but like, I've definitely hit the point where it's like, we like shame students with lunch debt, right? Like the fact that you can have billionaires in the same society as, you know, saddling children with debt and not feeding them at like the school that they're required to go to me, now that's just harping on one specific issue, you know, but like that's the kind of thing where I feel like, can't we agree that like kids do better when they're fed? They're going to do better at school if they're fed, if they feel secure, and like we shouldn't be shaming them about like what their parents may or may not have, you know, like you should just feed the damn kids. Like you require them to go to school, so fucking feed them. That's how I feel. Being profane, I don't care. I feel kind of bad about it, but that's how I feel. It's like, you require these kids to go to school, you require them to take these tests, you require them to like, you try to measure them on these achievements or whatever, but they can't achieve those things if they're hungry, you know? It's like, and they're kids. They're fucking kids. Like, why wouldn't you just feed them, you know? And so to me, the fact that like somebody can earn several $100 billion over the course of something that is a recession for the vast majority of the country, right? And has sent unemployment skyrocketing, and you know what poverty levels are, and evictions, and all that kind of stuff. We have that existing. We have people earning hundreds of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars at the same time that we don't feed kids, and it's like, I don't know. That feels extremely immoral to me. I don't know what bigger action is that we could take, but a small action that I can take for the moment is, hey, you know what? If you already have an Amazon Prime account, give me your subscription and I will donate those funds and redistribute them back out. I will pay my taxes on them. I will support other businesses like Epidemic Sound, which is what's playing the music, and then donate whatever I'm not using. Yeah, I'll probably tweet it out, and I can definitely send you more about it, because that's something that I would like to do, and I think that more people should do it too. You know, it's like pick a cause that speaks to you and redistribute that wealth back out. All right, I'm gonna go check my Twitter notifications, which I'm sure are a mess at this point, and then go do some house stuff. But I'll be back around tomorrow doing the same thing. So see you later. Bye.